and I did not prepare for Mythos as much as I should have, but that's why I have all of you. I mean, all the things are prepared technically, but I didn't read anything that I was supposed to read ahead of time or look at stuff. So we're gonna learn this together tonight. And yeah, Johnny Bob's prepared. Everybody hit that resources command and get you them resources, and then we can prepare together. Johnny, you look intimidated. There we go. Then we can prepare together. Get them clues out of the drive. We're looking at, what are we looking at today? May 2nd, 1937. Along with everything before that. I felt like they skipped one when I looked at it, so let me double check. Oh no, December is in 1940. Oh shit. And January was is that the last one we did? 1930. War veterans. Yeah, that was the last one we did. January 16th. This is like 7 years later? Our buddy Armitage must be in need. The last one we did with him was 7 years ago. January 16th, 1930. Shit, man. Aw, shit. I kind of like this song. I'm kind of content with this song, too. I don't know if this music is necessarily the Mythos, the ambiance we need. But I'm not opposed to it. I am not opposed to it. Let's drop down to this overlay. Oh, shit. And all of our, what is this one? What is this one? Okay, that's 6. We have some requirement cards out. I feel like we are supposed to start with a requirement card, aren't we? That's what I'm doing. Requirement 6. Okay, there we go. There we go. We've also got a new, actually let's double check that. Do we need another, or do we start with a requirement card this time? I feel like we do. It's exciting. Because we've lost fewer than 14 points is what we got last time. Armitage realizes you are still an amateur, and he offers you a bit of help on the next case. When you play your next case, you may start that case with requirement 1, already collected. Yay! I knew there was something about that. Oh, that's not 1. Let's sub that out. You guys totally ready? Are we totally ready for Mythos freaking investigations? Okay, I need to move screens around. I need to move this shit around. Aw, shit, back it up. There we go. Okay. I think everything's there. Everything's set up. Leave that there. Alright, you. We can pause you. Because I do like our Mythos music, but it's just like sleepy music almost. So I need something, let's shuffle. Let's start with something a little bit less secret, sleepy. What was the one that I really liked? Was it this one? I like this one a lot. I think this one's it's still a little lullaby-y, but the beginning I think is really pretty, and then it gets better. Just have trust. Have a little faith. And I feel like it just fits the whole thing just a little bit nicely. The Vanished Girl tonight. We're dealing with ghosts. This is called Dark Mist Estate. It's practically a picture of a ghost house. Practically. And And we have a new rule. We have a new rule that we can do, and I'm a little nervous about it because the last time we got a new rule, the last time we got poisoned, so that was no fun. But before that, we did Investigation 4, which was terrible because it took 2 nights of working out problems to figure out, and I don't think that I have that kind of patience anymore. I also hope that I can pronounce everything tonight. The last one, a little rough around the edges with the pronunciations. A little bit. Alright. I haven't looked through our newspaper yet, so if anyone wants to do that while we're looking at the new rule, you feel free. I'm desperately hoping that this one has something. Who needs words? Nah, Trick. No one needs those. Oh, shit. We're going... Oh, my God. We don't have very much time during this one. We have to... Day 4. Oh, that's rough. Day 4. Morning. Ooh, I don't like that. I'm gonna, like... I don't know. We might be in, like, planner stages. Oh, that's nerve-wracking. That's a lot. That's not a lot of time. Is that the shortest one so far? I feel like it might be. That's rough. We don't need words for a book game. All those squiggles on paper. So the first one we had till midday 5. The second till 5 late. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be our shortest one, and that's we're not on a very good track record right now. Like late 7. We've lost like the past 3. 2, and we had a redo. 6. Yeah, this is scary. 5. Oh yeah, I'm a little nervous about this one. Last time we even had like almost the whole time. It's fine. We're starting with a requirement card. That should help. And then the pursuit rule. In Investigation 7, The Vanished Girl, you'll be using requirements and introduce a new rule, pursuit. At the end of some encounters, you will be given the opportunity to follow a person of interest to your investigation. If you choose to follow, you simply turn to the pursuit section of the investigation and read the next unread pursuit encounter. Okay, that's right. There's a whole mechanic. Like, you just read the next one. Pursuit encounters in Investigation 7 are presented in order. Instructions are also printed on the pursuit encounters page. Each time the player pursues, they will read exactly 1 pursuit encounter. Just 1. Players usually will have the choice whether or not to pursue. In summary, when players encounter the pursuit text, it will instruct players to turn to the pursuit section, page 145, and read the next unread pursuit encounter. Be sure not to peek ahead at your next pursuit encounter. Be sure not to cheat, everybody. Gosh, who does this game think I am? The first time players pursue, they will read pursuit encounter 1. The second time, they will read pursuit encounter 2, and so on. Note there are only 6 encounters in the pursuit section, so if you read all 6, you may not pursue the suspect again in this investigation. So we can only do it like 6 times. The pursuit text in the encounter will look like, you may pursue. If you pursue, turn to the pursuit encounters to continue. It's pretty straight to the point. It's like, do this. Only puts down the cheating material. Only the materials given to you, plus the interwebs. Investigation complexity. Armitage is rather emotional about this missing girl. I do not say so much in front of John because hope can be a double-edged sword, but I think there might be a simple explanation why the girl is missing. If so, we may very well get her back alive and well. It may have nothing to do with the other missing children. This is just a feeling, I readily admit, but I've always learned to trust my instincts. That said, I expect a full resolution of this by day 4 in the morning. So before we even jump into this shit, I would just like to say there's a couple things about our prior investigations that we should probably write down. Like, before we even figure out what's going on, I feel like this is going to have something to do with it, and it's going to be good to look at. So we need to look at June 30th, 1929, the newspaper articles. And there's some misprinted stuff here. There's like weird misprinting in the newspaper articles. There's one on, is there two on January? I know there's one of these days that has like 3 of them. And I think they're gonna have something to do with this. So let's just get these out of the way so we don't have to keep searching. The one on June 30th, is down at the bottom of Browns and Markham. It says, saw a missing child. Actually, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm just gonna do what, do not follow to 6. That's one of them. I'm gonna leave the typos in there. I'm sure it's like they're silly and they don't matter as far as the typos go, but I don't know, it just makes sense to me to do that. The other one says that follow 6 times. And there's another one that says hell for those. This one I'm looking at is August 8th. And this one says baby, my baby, 6 years old, taken. Is that the, yeah, this one had a whole bunch of them. And then, okay, so this whole page is, the first 2 are where they were. And then September 13th, I don't see any. September, oh, there's one, August 19th. Well, yeah, I moved where my alerts go when I play my Mythos. Deva, thank you for the host, welcome. I'm logging our, oh my gosh, my eyes. I'm logging our things, the weird typos in the newspapers. I feel like they're gonna have something to do with this. So I'm doing that first and foremost. I found the typos and I'm writing them all down. So I feel like now is the time. Hey, Blue! The hidden messages, yeah, in the papers. So I'll read you Armitage's thing in a second because it was just like the little blurb of his thing. But he mentioned missing children, so I have a feeling this is going to have something to do with this one specifically. I haven't even gotten into the other thing. How was your weekend? How was your Sunday? Working on a personal project at the moment. Ooh, I hope it's an exciting personal project. I worked on personal projects this morning. Well, don't feel like obligated to, be captivated in this. I totally understand you got shit to do. We will get through this. I trust. Even though we have like no time. We have a midday of day 4. And with our thing, whatever it is, because we lost on the last one, we start with a requirement card. So we have a little bit of an advantage, but only if we figure out where it goes. Get to see it when it's done, don't worry. Okay. You do that. I'm excited. I'm excited. What does this other one say? It says children. Oh, it says 6 times children possessed. For a better start in life, start cola earlier. I really want a soda. That's not even funny. I want a Coke so bad and I don't have any. I had a Fanta today. I haven't had a Fanta in forever. Did more work on the fence today. Leveled off the fence post for solar caps. Smashed the hell out of my left ring finger. Oh, I'm so sorry to your finger. That sucks. I'm not gonna lie, I attacked an avocado with a knife the other day and almost cut my finger off. But luckily, my knife was not sharp. I was really upset. It was early. I just wanted the avocado. And I did something dumb. I was trying to get the fucking pit out of it, and I attacked it with a knife, and there we go. Smart. You're gonna have solar caps on there? That's awesome. I wanna do, when we get a house or something, I wanna do solar around my house. Around my house. You wanna almost lose fingers? Peel a mango? No, thank you. Fun fact, I don't really like mango. Not one of my favorite flavors. I love cantaloupes and pineapples and like a lot of citrusy fruits. I don't like mangoes. Not a fan. I like oranges and I don't like honeydews. I think honeydews kind of gross. That's just me though. Go give Jess plenty of follow. David, thank you for the shout outs. Jess, I'm so sorry I'm terrible at shout outs. You know I love you. Go follow Jess because I love her and she's amazing. And she's kicking ass at Spider-Man right now. She's so fun to watch play Spider-Man. Oh, girl, you make me watch Spider-Man so bad. It's killing me. I watched you yesterday play it for a little while in the shadows. I was watching from the shadows because I'm a creeper like that. But I did, and it was great. I had so much fun. Just slinging, deep eating an avocado. Take a big chef knife and drop it into the pit. Pull up. So, yeah, but you have to get the pit, the knife to the pit, and that motion is where I have really bad depth perception. I tell people all the time, the compass in my brain is broken. I have really bad depth perception. So like, getting things from wood, it's just not, I don't know, I'm just not good at it. Just not good at it. So I don't do it. I would rather just dig it out with a spoon and then mash the avocado. Katie Alex, what girl? Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for the sub. How are you? Oh, thank you for the shout out, Dava. You're doing your own projects and you're just stellar. Stellar on the shout outs. Katie, all the sub hype. How are you, darling? We are jumping into Mythos. All I've done so far is logged some crazy freaking typos that I'm pretty sure ghosts are writing in the newspaper, and that's about it. That's about it. That's where we're at right now. So, if anyone wants to join, now's definitely the time to do it. The game, where's the resources? You guys know where the resources are. I know where the resources are. I have this thing. It's not the resources, but it tells you where the resources are, so then you can do resources. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh my god, my internet's struggling so hard right now. Hi, hello. Oh no internet struggle. I've been hearing strange things about Twitch crashing and stuff the past couple days too. So maybe it's not just you. Maybe it's Twitch being itself too. Maybe, I'm gonna hope for that. My computer's struggling. I've been struggling a little, but Mythos is easy on it. Good, trying to get some homework done so I can actually stream tomorrow. Ooh, what are you planning to stream? Are you still playing BioShock Infinite? You were playing Infinite, right? Yeah. Oh, and Jess, when are you getting Tomb Raider? I've got it now. Speaking of Tomb Raider, making me, Kitty reminded me of Tomb Raider. I have been so good about staying away from Tomb Raider streams. I'm really, really proud of it. Until I take some time out and actually get it myself, then I'm really, really proud of it. I'm really good about it. I'm severely lacking some Graveyard Keeper in my life, though. I think I'm gonna end up doing that on Tuesday because I miss it. I miss it, and I've been so busy this weekend. I haven't got to actually play it on my own time. Either way. Starting Burial at Sea. Oh my gosh, I loved Burial at Sea. It has some really pretty music. Yes, please. Oh my, Lunchbacks me too. I am like dying to play the new Tomb Raider. The only thing that's holding me back right now is that I'm gonna have to get it on PS4, so I'm like, Not sure if I want to do it yet. I'm not sure how much space my PS4 actually has in it anymore. Use no shame me with Tomb Raider achievement unlocked. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, because you're one of the first people that I saw stream Tomb Raider after I played it. Like, I don't know. I felt like I was super late on the Tomb Raider 2 hype train, and then I didn't watch any streams before that. And then you streamed it, and I'm like, yeah, I can finally watch someone play this. I love that first game so much. So good. I know I talk about that all the time, but still, it's not any further from the truth. Okay, I'm gonna jump in this shit. Going to jump into this story. You guys know where the stuff is if you want to play along. We only got till the morning of day 4, so we've only got, what, 10 moves total? So that's good. We have to be precise with our movement tonight. Precise. It'll work on that. I'm a little nervous, but we should do it. We should do it. And then when we get to a spot where we can decide to pursue, we'll just learn how to do it on the way. There's no way in hell my laptop will run the new Tomb Raider, and I'm upset because I'm too broke for a new laptop, plus you're trying to get a Switch. Everybody wants a Switch right now. I even want a Switch right now, and it's killing me. That Katamari announcement absolutely killed me. It broke all my willpower for a Switch, and now I'm going to be shopping for a Switch for the next 2 months, like, debating on it, and I was fine. I was absolutely fine, and then Katamari happened. It happened at the same time as Animal Crossing, and it was just mean. It was just so mean. I could not believe that they dropped those things, and I'm like, well, everything is ruined. I'm ruined. I have nothing else to say. Now I can get Katamari and Isaac and Animal Crossing all on the same system. This is good. This will be good for my future. I can see how this is gonna go very well. This is gonna be good stuff. I have a literal list on my phone of Switch games I want. Any of that Pokemon themed ones though. Oh my gosh, I haven't started an actual list. The Katamari was what caught me. It really, really did. Okay. I'm gonna do this shit. I'm gonna do this damn thing. We're gonna read this first one. I keep moving the book because I'm trying to find I haven't found my space in here yet. We're at my comfort zone. Intro's not too long, actually. Kinda excited. Armitage greets you at his office door. His eyes are red-rimmed and his high forehead is flushed and splotchy. Behind him stands another man, tall and handsome, but dressed in a threadbare suit that fits him poorly. He looks like he's been crying for days. Come in, Armitage says, gesturing you to his study. Have a seat. The other man sits down in an armchair across from you. Simultaneously, both he and Armitage take out handkerchiefs and dab their reddened eyes. In the past, Armitage begins, I've had to harden my heart and steel my resolve. This particular case, however, has affected me deeply. This gentleman is John Baxter. He has been employed in the library for several years, and we've become well acquainted. John Baxter nods. You may have heard about the child disappearances that have plagued Arkham for years. John's daughter, Christine, vanished from their home 2 days ago. Christine was reading her favorite book in her room upstairs, and when Laura, John's wife, went up and checked on her that evening, she had vanished, along with her yellow overcoat and her favorite doll. Following Christine's disappearance, Laura's mind cracked immediately. So devastated, she was not even able to help look for her own child, and Laura has been in a catatonic state since. She is now in the sanitarium. Detective Garrison thinks Christine was taken via an open window in her room. The police have documented files on child disappearances dating back many years, disappearances occurring at the end of April. I expect that May Eve oh my gosh, I don't know this word. I'll have to Walpurgisnacht, something like that. I'll write this one out for you guys because I don't know it. I expect that May Eve, and then it's dash, this word dash, holds some significance. I keep wanting to just say walrus. Like, yes, that word, yes. I don't know I don't know this word. I expect that this word holds some significance. To our knowledge, none of the previous years have been found, and John and Laura, well aware of the history, feel hopeless. Although John will not give up. If we can find Christine alive, we most certainly will, and I feel that is very possible. Armitage looks sadly over at Baxter, who bows his head, folds his hands, and stifles a whimper of utter grief. He walks John out the front door and then turns to you. We shall not give up on this girl. I know with careful analysis we can figure out who is doing this, and something tells me that perhaps there is a simple explanation. If there are no surprises, I intend to find the solution quickly. The longer this girl is missing, the more difficult it will be to recover her. German. Not is night. Okay, so the word before it is May Eve. So yeah, the night before something. I think I blew past my character limit. Stand by. Yeah, it definitely looks like a German word. I just am not good at German words. German is a hard language. It is a very hard language. Something Eve, though. Stand by. I love it. So while you're doing that, I guess I can write some of the notes. So from Armitage, I'll just write setup. John Baxter. Daughter. Christine. Missing. How long do you say? Walpurgis Night is an abbreviation of Saint Walpurgis, from the German Sankt, also known as Saint, alternatively spelled, all of these words that I can't pronounce, is the eve of the Christian feast day of, in 8th century at Abbess in Francia, and is celebrated on the night of April 30th and the day of 1 May. This feast commemorates the canonization of Saint, the movement of relics, both of which occurred on. So it's a holiday. It's like a German holiday, but okay. Not sure. David the History Words fluent in Google. He knew that word before I even that. I was so impressed. He's like, this word? I'm like, well, yes. This word. Oh gosh, I'm dropping things. What else do you want to know? Oh, I guess I should write that, huh? Well, which is April 30th. Commemorating. I don't know the canonization. I don't know what this means though. The movement of her relics to another place. So this might be relevant. Saint Walpurgis was hailed by the Christians of Germany for battling pests, rabies, and whooping cough, as well as against witchcraft. I think that's probably, yes. I think that's probably relevant. Let's write that. Moving when someone becomes a saint. Oh. I feel like I should write that word. Canonization. And the relics. And then I'm just going to put a dash and put the battling pests, rabies, and whooping cough, as well as witchcraft. You're a witch! She's a witch! Okay. Familiar with the word, but not its origin. Well, it was a good find. It was a good find. So what else did did he say here? He said, have to harden my heart and steel my resolve. This particular case, however, has affected me deeply. This gentleman is John Baxter. He's been employed in the library for, okay. So, John Baxter, employed in the library. Okay, family time for me. Have a good stream, cutie. Thanks for dropping by, dropping this sub and saying hello. Good luck. Hopefully you get to stream tomorrow. Good luck with your homework and have fun with your family. Enjoy your night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I don't think that necessarily him being employed in the library is going to be super important, but I'm going to write it there. He's been employed in the library for several years and we've become well acquainted. You may have heard about child disappearances that have plagued Arkham for years. Christine vanquished. Okay, so I'm thinking the first time we saw it was June 30th of 29? June 30th, 1929. So I'm just gonna write this. Paper, June 30 to 1929 to right now would be May 2nd, 1937. So when he says for years with the child disappearances, I'm thinking like 8-ish years. Like it's probably been the length of how long we've been playing this game. Maybe. That's what I'm gonna go with. Just since it dates back so far, and we realized right as soon as we were opening that, hell, it's been 7 years since we've worked with Armitage. Since the Star of Tokenlau or whatever it was, and the Vanished Girl, there's a 7-year gap. She was reading her book upstairs. She has a yellow overcoat. And favorite doll, I think. And her favorite dowel. No, just doll. Doll. And mine correct immediately. So the wife is in wife Laura. In sanitarium. Which may or may not be good to visit. I kind of don't think it is. I don't think that she'll help us at all. And I feel like we need to be super specific with the things that we're trying to do this one. So I'm not sure that that's going to be worth it. He mentioned the police. He mentioned them thinking that it was a routine, like a child abducted through the window. But where did he mention that? Detective Garrison thinks Christine was taken via an open window in a room. The police have documented files on child disappearances dating back many years. So, police think taken through open window. So I'm thinking that our actual our best first place might be to the police to read the documents, unless we could go back to something like Town Hall would help us, or he's the keeper of various legal documents such as birth, marriage, and death certificates, as well as deeds to local properties. I feel like the Town Hall might be worth looking at, but Fenton could be interesting if he knows about this Walpurgis Nacht something, but I'm not quite concerned with him right now. The witches thing is interesting to me, but I'm gonna leave that alone for the moment. I'm not so sure the library would be helpful. So I'm thinking the cops. I'm gonna go with them. D32, I think the cops were. Nicholas. Nope. Never mind. That's D21. D32. Who are you? Who are you? D32. Inspector Garrison. D32. And if anybody wants to chime in, if you think I should go somewhere else, or if you don't like these ideas, let me know. I know people got things to do, and I'm just gonna kind of go with what I feel. But if you were like, no, Blue, this doesn't make any sense, then I will not be upset with your input. But D32 is an entry here, so I'm glad we have this. Oh yeah, and oh no, we're good as far as the time thing. We don't have to move that yet. Good. The heat is oppressive inside the police station. Everyone is sluggish and lazily fanning themselves. Mickey Toll sees you and waves you towards Garrison's office. Come in, Garrison says, and offers you a seat. Armitage told me you'd likely be stopping by. He said you'd be interested in this. The detective leans over and retrieves a bundle of papers, dropping them on the desk with a thud. Did you know there were 2 other kids reported missing the same night as Christine? We've got similar files going back over 20 years. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to update my notes. There are other missing children reported from the previous years around April 29th or 30th. Not all years have missing children, but there are enough to raise suspicions. The children are mostly girls, and their ages range from practically newborn to 8 years old. They are almost always from poor families. This year, 3 children disappeared. Ladislas Woljeko, boy, age 2, Adelaide Klein, girl, age 4, and Christine Baxter, age 8. Wolojeko's child disappeared from Orange Gangway tenements. He and one of the other missing, attended Matthew Sinclair Public School. Given the timing of the disappearances, May Eve, we thought cults may have been involved, but I don't have any leads yet there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and write those names here. Actually, we'll write 20 years of disappearances. I'm gonna delete that note, just because we got an update and I feel like that makes more sense. 3 children the night of Christine's disappearance. And then I'll give you guys the names of all of the kids, because they're quite the name. So Ladislau Woljko, something like that. Ladislas. That one. Woljko. And he is a boy. Age 2. And then we have Adelaide Klein, girl, age 4. How convenient. And Christine Baxter, girl, age 8. And then we know that Ladislaus disappeared from Orange Gangway tenements. Those are things that we know. These are things that we just learned. Did you know there were 2 other kids reported missing the same night? We've got some files going back over 20 years. Missing children reported from previous years around April 29th or 30th. Not all years have missing, but are enough to raise suspicions. Mostly girls. Oh yeah. He and one of the other children, I forget, attended Matthew Sinclair Public School. I'm gonna write that too. Matthew Sinclair Public School. Right? Matthew Sim, with an M. Sinclair. Yeah, that name does sound Polish. I know somebody with a last name that's kind of like spelled real crazy like this, with lots of k sounds, and they get asked all the time how to say their last name. Given the timing, May Eve, we thought Colts would be involved. So I'm gonna write that here too. May Eve Colts? Question mark? Multiple question marks? So we know the Baxters aren't home because the mom's in the sanitarium and the dad's with Armitage. We could try the public school. Do we have the date or the address for the public school? I'm sure we do. If they're being that specific, we probably do. Because I'm thinking if he and another kid went to the public school, I would get leads on possibly 2 of the kids rather than just going to their houses and doing it one by one. I feel like it might save me time to go to the public school. And it's afternoon of day 1, so the school would, be open. As weird as it is to think about that, I feel like that would be fair. To go here and it would be like, if you arrived in the evening, the school is closed. Come back in the morning. I don't have time to play that game right now. Matthew Sinclair, Public Schools, F19. Matthew Sinclair, Public School, F19. Let's go there. And move our token. Move our token. This strange slabs thing has the screen so small with the tokens. They're like hard to grab onto. Okay. There we go. Public school. Let's try it. Feel like that's a direct lead. As long as it's not like Saturday and you have to come back on day 3 because that's Monday. I'll be mad. F19. Time requirement. Oh my gosh. You must visit in the morning or afternoon to read this encounter. If you arrive in the evening the school is closed. Told you guys. Told you. I fucking called it. This game is getting Damien Tull. Hi. Thank you for the bits. Those are really well timed bits. I feel like I accomplished something just now. And I feel like I'm becoming one with the investigations here, and I'm understanding what's happening. I appreciate you, friend. Thanks so much. And welcome. We're playing Mythos Tales. We're investigating a mystery tonight. Called it. I feel so good about that. I need to pay attention to these things. You're a strong, independent investigator. You bet your ass. I felt really good about that one. We've gotten so screwed over with this game so many times with stupid time requirements and stuff that literally makes sense. Like, obviously if I go at nighttime to a school, I probably won't be able to get in. It makes sense logically. It's just not shit that before I started playing this game I would have even thought to play or do. Ooh, I just rolled a nat 20. Guys, this is my lucky night. Oh shit. I'm gonna just gonna stop rolling dice now. Easy there. Let's read F19. What's up, Damien Tull? How are you? Better all the things I know, right? I feel so good about that. Just gonna let that voodoo die sit over there with its 20 side facing up. Looking all good. The principal, a small, meticulous man, is reading the Arkham Advertiser when you enter his office. Oh shit, that's where we should go. Just remembered. Christine Baxter was a delight, he says. I'm devastated to hear of her disappearance. He wipes a tear from his well-trimmed cheek. I did want to show someone this, but surprisingly no one has been here since her disappearance. I found this drawing in Christine's desk. The drawing is of a dark figure holding hands with a little girl. Under the figure, Christine has written, "You can save me. Follow me 6 times. My sister is there, safe. She likes to play the same things as I like to play. She told me so. Her name is Catherine." Oh, shit. I'm bueno. How are you? Other than perfect luck. I'm doing really well, thanks. I was a little intimidated by this. I have to show you guys this picture. by this game tonight because of the small time frame that we have, but it's going really well. Look at that shit. That's the picture she drew that's in her desk. That's the picture. Little girl in a yellow overcoat dancing with the demons. Little girl, yellow overcoat, dancing with demons. So, did we catch the principal's name? We did not. Okay. So, drawing found in desk. I'm interested. He didn't say anything about the other kid, which is strange to me because the principal said the boy went to this school too. I guess maybe the boy was too young. I don't know. Maybe I read that wrong. Drawing found in desk. Yellow jacket girl holding hands with a demon. Black dress, hair, red eyes. Note that reads, I guess I should just type this. You can save me. Follow 6 times. My sister is there. Safe. She likes to play the same things as I like to play. She told me so. Her name is Catherine. And I understand that there's some strange wording and grammar here, but that's how it's written here. So I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave that alone. Looks good. Otherwise, it doesn't really say anything else. So I guess maybe we should go to the advertiser. Not really anything in this. Actually, has anyone gotten to go through the paper yet? I haven't gone through the paper yet. Maybe I should. This would be a good time to do that. Police vexed by May Eve disappearances. Arkham police are investigating the disappearances of 3 children. Christine Baxter, 8, who was reading in her room when she vanished. Ladislav Volkno, something, boy, age 2. Adelaide Klein, girl, age 4, who went missing. Oh, the cop stop would have been, that's pretty much useless now. That's unfortunate. Could have got it from the paper. Oh, I really need to start doing this ahead of time. Volko's child disappeared from Orange Gangway tenements. Christine's father offered this comment. Christine is the world to my wife, Laura, and me. We are asking anyone who has seen Christine or any of the other children to please come forward. A source close to the family reports that the stress of Christine's disappearance has a negative consequence on her mother, Laura's health. Arkham has a history of disappearance around May Eve, or Wolpergeist Night, going back several years. Okay, so I guess there's the one article. Student dies from animal attack. Police are looking into a suspected animal attack at the Witch House. Walter Gilman, a student at Miskatonic University, was pronounced dead on the scene. Guys, I forgot to tell you about the shark attack. Somebody died. Somebody died on Cape Cod to a shark attack today, this morning. A 12-foot great white shark bit the back of his leg out, and they drug him to the beach, and he died of shock and blood loss. Fucking sharks on Cape Cod, I told you. They said that the reason that there's so many more this year is because there's more seals. So the sharks are they're feasting on seals right now, and I think that's freaking crazy. I didn't mean to break the ambiance of the Arkham Advertiser, but I learned that this morning, and I had to share because I was shocked. I was shocked. That just blows my mind. They said in the article that I read, the last time someone died in Massachusetts from a shark attack was in like 1936 or something. It was like 86 years ago or 82 years ago. I don't remember. Maybe it was 86 years ago and it was 1932. But that's crazy to me. Blows my mind. 1,200 pounds these fucking sharks are. God. Ugh. So weird. And it's like right where we were looking to stay because we wanted to be staying there in 2 weeks. That's crazy. Just crazy. Okay. Now back to your originally planned viewing. Something along those lines. Police are looking into a suspected animal attack at the Witch House. Walter Gilman, a student at Miskatonic University, was pronounced dead on the scene. An officer with the Arkham Police said, "It appears as though Mr. Gilman was the victim of a vicious animal attack, and we aren't prepared to say more at this point." The Witch House has long been rumored to be the site of several strange occurrences, and residents have complained in the past of a real problem with rodents. Arrangements for Mr. Gilman's funeral have not yet been made. Knowing what we know from Deva's Wikipedia check on this saint, we should definitely list this as somewhere to go. The Witch House was where? Where was the Witch House? F something? 11 or something? The Witch House. The Witch House. Witch House. F11. Ooh, I'm on one tonight. This is what I get for being productive today, guys. I'm like finding things and I can read and what is happening? Like, okay. Just a little nervous. Witch House, which I'm not gonna mark right now because I don't know if I want to go there yet or I want to go to the Arkham Advertiser. I feel like the Advertiser might be a worthy stop. I just don't remember where it is. Advertiser, Ambrose Sheckley, no. Is it? No. Oh, Donnie Clark, N28. N28. What else we got? Lawrence Rogers dead. Lawrence E. Rogers, a former resident of Arkham, died at the summer home of his daughter, Mrs. Edward R. McGlynn, at Kingsport Head last Thursday morning at the age of 73 years. He had suffered from a heart disease for a year, but the sickness was not deemed serious until 3 weeks before his death. Mr. Rogers' youth was spent in Arkham. He was a schoolboy in the town's old days when R. Van Dyke Reed was the schoolmaster. Lawrence was generally known by his nickname Speed Rogers, and he was a talented baseball player. He will be missed. Okay, didn't expect the obituary. Missing pet, reward offered. The Wanton family would appreciate any information pertaining to a missing cat. Their calico Patches went missing at the Merchant District on Thursday. Anyone with any information should contact the Wontons to receive a reward. They're missing their cat. Let's check this. I'm just gonna list it as a possibility. I feel like maybe I should start a section for newspaper stuff, but whatever. So, Wontons are at resources. Thank you, Deva. If anyone wants to play along, you know where the resources are. They're right in that drive. We're working with May 2nd, 1937 right now. Wontons are at J. Wonton, M60. M60. I'm just gonna write missing cat article. I'm going to mark these with our asterisks so I know that I actually went to these places because I haven't moved yet. Otherwise, I'm just like trying to plan for the future. Summer break for Arkham schools. Public schools in Arkham will break for summer on May 28th. Dropped it for me. I finished what I was working on. Want to get back in the game. Nice. Nice. Public schools in Arkham will break for summer on May 28th. The school system would like to thank the residents of Arkham for making this great and prosperous year. Garrison and the Arkham Police also warn parents that they need to keep an eye on their children this summer in light of several child abductions. International news. Wanted. Volunteers needed for a political campaign. Selling a plot of land at the cemetery. Daniel Shea Public Schools in need of a new secretary. Seasonal employees needed at the market. None of this sounds. Checking the D&D Discord after stream. Oh, okay. I will. I definitely will. Summer baseball begins. The Arkham Parks Department Summer Baseball League will begin June 5th. Someone was just a good baseball player. Oh, Mr. Gilman, right? Oh, is that what I should write? Mr. Gilman. No, let's put Walter. Walter Gilman. Just because sometimes points go on first and last names, and I don't want to mess this up. Vicious animal attack. I always spell that word wrong. Animal attack. Yeah, that's it. Problem with rodents at this location, I guess, is what I should do. I'm just gonna leave that, I guess. Who was the good baseball player? Maybe that was said in the... Maybe I missed that. Mr. Rogers? Speed Rogers, that's who it was. Speed Rogers died of heart disease after suffering for a year. Okay, Lawrence Rogers was the one who died from heart disease. I feel like I might want to write that down too. Hey, the letter to the editor mentioned some strange lights in the order. Ooh, really? Letter to the editor. To the editor, for too long, the citizens of Arkham have been complacent and allowed dangerous social organizations to go unchecked in our fair city. Under the guise of mere gathering places, organizations like the Freemasons and the Order of the Silver Twilight have operated in secret and are given the freedom to do so. Any questions about the clandestine goings-ons of these organizations are met with the accusations of paranoia and laughter. The Freemasons hold secret ceremonies, and only through a current member can one be considered for a membership. The Order of the Silver Twilight is even more mysterious. I happened to live near the lodge and heard strange sounds and lights this past May Eve. Ooh, yeah. I would be interested to see if the other Order's presence has coincided with some of the odd events that have plagued our town for years. I strongly recommend the concerned citizens of the town or the police launch a full investigation to these organizations and make them accountable for their actions. Ooh, that sounds like a really, really good... That sounds like a good one. Lyman. Is it Sylvester? Is that what it is? Sebastian. Sebastian Lyman. L18. Should I write Carl Sanford's name there? No, not yet. Not yet. Anything else? Bad dreams plague Arkham residents. Many Arkham residents have reported extreme fatigue brought on by bad dreams. While there seems to be no scientific basis for this rash of bad dreams, an anonymous source at the Lakin Institute stated, "It's the fast-paced times we live in. People should slow down and make sure they get proper rest, and they run the risk of grave injury." What a bullshit answer. "Americans are working harder than ever before because of the war. This may lend cause to sleeplessness." What a such a stupid answer. Bitch answer. Ice Cream Emporium is reopened for the summer season. Great. Free samples of new flavors available. We also cater and host birthday parties. Give yourself security in these uncertain times. Locks and fixtures custom made. Krieg's Locksmith for all your needs. Looking for an ideal and unique gift? We've gone most of these places. Meredith's Used Books. Alright, that's a really good starting point. I think let's go to Sebastian first. I'm still kind of interested in going to the Arkham Advertiser, but let's go to Sebastian. I like that a lot. L18, and let's drop down to the evening. Red token start, and drop down to the evening. Sebastian. There we go. sure that we did it, and we marked it, and let's hope he's there. There's an entrance here, an entry. Sebastian Lyman is slow in responding to your knock, but eventually answers, looking the worse for wear. I know why you're here, but Sanford isn't involved in any of these unpleasantness. I can also assure you none of the lodge members know anything. Rumor has it that some of these weird events are connected, though. Take the boy, Gilman, who died at the witch house. There's something strange about that for sure. When you ask Lyman about the obviously harried state, he replies, the Order has its own celebration on Walpurgis Eve. I'm still recovering. They were just partying too hard. Talks about witch house. Major kegger at the Order to celebrate May Eve. Those rat bastards! I'm nervous to go to the witch house right away, though. I guess the next day is a morning, though. If we're gonna go ever, it's gonna be in the morning. I hate going to the witch house. They partied hard and didn't invite us. I'm gonna just assume that he didn't know we were in town yet. It's been like 7 years. I'm just gonna assume our invitation was lost in the mail. Lost in the mail. Do I want to do the witch house? I guess. I just wish there was a way. I'm trying to come up with a plan on like how to be prepared to go into the witch house, because the thing that caught us last time in the witch house was lack of preparation, and then we got attacked by something. So if we have like things needed, okay, I'm gonna roll it. I'm gonna fucking roll it, and we're just gonna decide. Do we go? We do have requirement card 1. You're right, we do. That might be the key to the witch house. Time to draw mustaches and all their faxes while their faxes. Sure you mean faces, but that's super funny. Time to draw mustaches. Kylo, uptime, 1 hour. Oh, not too bad. You're not too late. Not too late at all. Okay, so should I roll it? You start over below. I really wanted to see this from the beginning. Oh no, but I can walk you through some of the stuff to catch you up if you want to open all the stuff. I got you on that part. We can take a moment because I'm making a decision right now. Oh no. Yeah, I've really just been kind of gathering info. I have only gone to 2 places. I've only gone, 3 places now. We're investigating child disappearances that happen to coincide with around April 30th every year, which is apparently a holiday commemorating a saint, and it's like possible cult involvement. So we're trying to investigate the cults, we're trying to investigate the children, and we're following some leads. So far, I'm not the greatest at summaries. This was all the weird information we found in the newspaper, but we haven't gone to investigate the newspaper yet. I'm still so lost in things. What do we want to do? 1 through 10 is our witch house. We're going to go to our witch house. 10 through... Can you keep it at the top? Yeah, absolutely. 1 through 10 to the witch house. 10 through 20 to the advertiser. Or... because there's not too many... seeing something in the messages. So, and if you want to look at the other message, this was the one that was written by the little girl. Well, there we go. That one was written by the little girl. But That's why I did all the typos and everything in this, because I didn't want to mess with it. 466466. You can say we follow 6 times. My sister is there safe. She likes to play the same things I like to play. I don't know, I'm interested. How are you, Kylo? What's up? Oh no, I accidentally rolled it. It's a 13, but it was accidental. I'm not keeping it. I dropped it. Maybe my baby's 6 years taken, so I'm missing child. Do not follow to 6. Hell for those that follow 6 times. 6 times children possessed. You think through the, like, I wonder if they were in this order. I think this was, I'm just curious. I'm going to check some of the old. So June 30th was the first one. Where do I find the stuff for this? Doesn't count if it hits the floor. Thank you. I agree. I agree. Thank you, David, for the resources link. I was typing it and I got distracted. Okay, June 30th, we got the first message was, saw a missing child, do not follow to 6. Speaks true. Then the second set, August 8th. I feel like that's weird. I'm just gonna, because June 30th, thank you for the follow, welcome. 1929 was this one. And then hell for those that follow 6 times. My baby, 6 years taken. This were all on August 8th, 1929. I feel like August is a strange time for these. 1929. I was expecting to see a pattern of the summer, like the April-May thing, but August 8th, 1929. And then 6 children possessed was on a random one, like a while. Things are presented out of order, so you don't have to put it together. You don't have them all? Okay, well, I feel like I want to look. I'm already here now. Already. This one was August 19th. 19th. Same year? Same year. That's weird. All together like that. June through August. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Now I need to find the one I needed. These are all sorts of everywhere. I'm wondering if the note is a trap and is trying to get us to follow 6 times. This is kind of why I want to talk to the newspaper people. I feel like in one of these more recent newspapers, there was a letter to the editor complaining about the misprints and the missing children. So I feel like they've probably dealt with this a couple times where people are like, and they don't exactly know what it is or where it's coming from, so they're ignoring it, but maybe they would talk to us about it. This one. Dear sirs, I know it must be difficult to produce a quality paper every day, but I do wish you would take the time to proof your copy. I've noticed many print errors that make some of your entries difficult to read. Furthermore, I've heard some misguided blaming these errors not on oversight, but on a ghost haunting the paper. Please do a better job in the future, and don't blame your shortcomings on things as silly ghosts. I feel like that's worth it. Like, that's interesting to me. So here's why I'm mentioning it now. We have 7 times to spend before the end of the game. So if we're going to follow 6 times, we only have 1 place to go that doesn't have a follow. Otherwise, we possibly can't follow 6 times. Well, technically, maybe the follow is... So maybe we're going to get left these pictures. So maybe one of them was when we went to the school. We went to the school and got her first note. So maybe there's other notes that could, like, or from the other children. Because we're also working with this new pursuit game mechanic, so it might be something to that effect with the following. We're mostly reading the newspapers for info. The newspaper is a starting point. We have Blue's notes and the bits that she reads from the casebook. Yeah, so how this works is I'm reading you all of the information that I have. What you guys help me with is lead me to our encounters. So every phase we travel and we have an encounter. So we need to pick our destination of something that sounds interesting, like if somebody's name pops out in the notes, we want to check. Fake news, don't trust mainstream media. We want to check maybe the addresses of the people, or we know if you look in the allies, the list of allies in the rule book, some of these people have interesting jobs that might be able to help us. Like, I was thinking about going to the town hall because he's the keeper of various legal documents such as birth, marriage, and death certificates, as well as the deeds to local properties. I don't know if that'll help us or not, but I feel like it's an interesting place to be if we need that kind of thing. But Deva's right, we don't have a lot of movement. We only have until the morning of day 4. That's counted as a spot, like we can go there and have our encounter, but after that it's over. Right, but I'm saying that since the pursuit triggers off to going to specific places, if we go 2 places and neither have a pursuit, we can't pursue 6 times again, since we don't have enough time to let the trigger remain in the pursuits. So there's only 6 total. Isn't that what it said? Let me read you the pursuit thing again. I'm not sure if you were here, but I'm gonna look at it real quick. Pursuit. The first time players pursue, they will read Pursuit Encounter 1, the second time Pursuit Encounter 2, and so on. Note there are only 6 encounters in the Pursuit section. If you have read all 6, you may not pursue the suspect again in this investigation. So there's a total of 6 of them. But we don't necessarily need all of them. They probably would be good. There isn't like a reason not to pursue. From what I can tell, it just says at the end of some of your encounters, you'll be given the opportunity to follow a person of interest to your investigation. DM Solo! Hi, thank you for the bits! Welcome! What's up? Watching the bits fall. I mean, little heads. How are you? Thank you for the shout out, Deva. Guys, go follow him. He's playing 2 Point Hospital. It's so good. I love 2 Point Hospital. I want 2 Point Hospital. Pursuit encounters in Investigation 7 are presented in order. Instructions are also printed on the page. Each time players pursue, they will read exactly 1 pursuit encounter. Players usually will have the choice whether or not to pursue. Okay, so pursuit doesn't cost anything, but the newspaper's misprints are to be believed pursuing 6 times will bring hell on us. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. So, yeah. Okay. So are we... Let me look at where... Okay. So are you saying which house? I'm gonna do exactly what I wanted to do, and I'm gonna roll for it. A 1 to 10 is gonna be the witch house, and 11 through 20 is going to be the... Where else do I want to go? We've got to the... Maybe I should just go to the witch house. It's a 3. We're going to the witch house. We're just going. Okay, so what that means, I'll explain this since I know Kyla's new, and I'm not sure if Ham's really seen this before. So I'll explain how this portion goes. So, we have gone a total of 1. I mark them like this with the asterisk. So 1, 2, 3 moves. So I've moved this down, this little counter right here. This is our first, our second, and our third encounter. We're going to the witch house, which is our 4th encounter. So I'm moving this to the 4th spot. I'm going to mark the witch house right here. We know it's F11. So then I go through my handy dandy notebook here and check for F11. And if there's an encounter, we'll fill it in. If there's not, there's some weird balancing stuff that happens in the numbers, but that's fine. Witch house is fine. Just keep in mind that if we don't get a pursuit and we think that we want to pursue, we need to think carefully about where to go to trigger them. Okay. We're just going to hope that this is a good thing. We're just going to hope that this starts one. So, marker moved, witch house marked, check if F11. F11 has a hell of an entry. So what we'll do here is I'm going to read you F11, which is the space for the witch house. And anything that we notice through this entry that might lead us to another clue, we're taking notes on. So if they say people's names, if they say certain details about something that happened, or like weird things that are out of the ordinary, we're going to write all of that down and then kind of decide where we go from there, keeping in mind that we only have seven moves. So I'm going to go through it first once, and then we can do the notes after we get through it. Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't, ask and we will get you there. We will get you to the right place in all of the understanding. The landlord, Mr. Dombrowski, greets you at the door, then leads you down a hallway to his own quarters. You find it remarkable that anyone, even poor students, could stand to live in such squalor. My lodgers all left right after the detectives questioned them about the crazy guy that died. Dombrowski says, I'm leaving myself in a couple days too. The city's threatening to condemn the building if I don't clear out the rats. Police said a rat attacked Gilman. That's a laugh. Not sure I would believe Elwood. But Elwood says he saw it. This is really, hold on. Let's do a redo. And sometimes I can't read. I'll attempt to take you through things, but sometimes I just can't read. So, we get there eventually. I'm so thirsty today. I want a soda. Trying again. The landlord, Mr. Dombrowski, greets you at the door, then leads you down a hallway to his own quarters. You find it remarkable that anyone, even poor students, could stand to live in such squalor. My lodgers all left right after the detectives questioned them about that crazy guy that died, Dombrowski says. I'm leaving myself in a couple of days, too. The city's threatening to condemn the building if I don't clear out the rats. Police said a rat attacked Gilman. That's a laugh. Not sure I believe it, but Elwood says he saw it. Before Gilman died, I had 5 tenants living here. Frank Elwood and Paul Choinsky, both students, just like Gilman. I think Elwood and Gilman were science majors at Miskatonic U, from what I heard. Elwood pretty much lives at MU now. Choinsky was an English student. He was usually down there during the day, and he went to some cafe at night. Tried to stay away from the house as much as he could. You asked Dombrowski if you could see the attic room where Gilman died, and he allows you to go, but refuses to come with you. Inside the room is a large blood stain on the worn floorboards. Moments later, you become dizzy and prop yourself against the wall. Your stomach lurches and the walls of the ceiling... What? Your stomach lurches and the walls and the ceiling of the room become impossibly angled and disproportionate. You stumble, confused, and the stench of the house becomes overwhelming. You close your eyes to deal with the nausea, and when you open them, you find yourself on a darkened plain that stretches towards the endless horizon. A small girl wearing a yellow coat stands before you, smiling. She winks, then runs away. You give chase, laughing, no longer concerned about anything carefree. She stops next to an enormous white stone. A tall man with a shadow over his face and dressed in dark robes is leaning on the rock. Come, child, he says in a rasp. You reach for the girl and she mouths to you. Save me. I'm scared. Suddenly, all carefree feelings turn to panic and you scream. You open your eyes and you find yourself lying on the rug in Walter Gilman's room. A voice in your head whispers, she is ours now. They both are. You are sweating and your chest is heaving. Holy shit! We didn't die in the witch house though, so that's good. There's a bunch of shit that went down though. So let's start with a couple of notes, things that we know. 5 tenants. Tenants living here when So we have Frank Elwood, Paul Chwinsky, and Walter? Was it Walter Gilman? Gilman. Oh yeah, duh. Walter Gilman. Science. Just for notes. Why not? Just because we know things. English and science. So we could go to the university and talk to the other guy too. And then some shit went down, right? Some crazy shit. We had a darkened, I'm just gonna write darkened plane stretching towards an endless horizon. We're just gonna write endlessly. And then we saw the girl, Christine, in her yellow coat. And what did she say? She said, "Save me. I'm scared." Okay. And then we, oddly enough, woke up in Gilman's room, which I'm not entirely sure was the attic. So I'm not sure why we teleported, but the attic where Gilman died, and then you open your eyes and find yourself lying on the rug in Walter Gilman's room. And it says, "She is ours now." They both are. I'm wondering if it's talking about, do we know if Gilman's if we have his body, or he's not missing. He was killed, right? Arrangements have not been made. You know, it makes me wonder if we should go to the funeral home. Because I don't know if it's saying they both are in reference to the girl, Catherine, who the little girl, Christine, was writing about, or if it's talking about Gilman and Christine. Let's see if are there multiple funeral homes or just one? I don't know. If you guys think of a question, do you want to go for 6 pursuits or not? I don't necessarily care if we go for 6, but I would like to get some. I'm not sure I know where to go for one of them, for any of them. If we have 0 room to do anything else than hunt for pursuits. Do we know a good way to hunt for pursuits though? Because we don't necessarily know who we're pursuing. We're pursuing the kids, but you read the entry where we found the note again? Yeah. Actually it's right here. The note from the little girl, right? The Christine one. It's this one right here. It says, "The principal, a small, meticulous man, is reading the Arkham Advertiser when you enter his office. Christine Baxter was a delight," he says. "I'm devastated to hear of her disappearance." He wipes a tear from his well-trimmed cheek. "I did want to show someone this, but surprisingly, no one has been by since her disappearance. I found this drawing in Christine's desk. The drawing is of a dark figure holding hands with a little girl. Under the figure, Christine has written, 'You can save me. Follow me 6 times. My sister is there safe. She likes to play the same things as I like to play. She told me so. Her name is Catherine.'" I feel like what we did just now was following her 6 times. I'm assuming that the pursuit mechanic is built in for when we encounter people, suspicious people. that can help us get to the case, but maybe they turn and run away when they realize who we are. I don't know if it's like pursuing this or not. You vigorously disagree? Really? Because of the notes? Vigorously? Oh shit, my other screen's working now. I can close this. Cool. Cool, okay. You vigorously disagree. You think that each one, it's setting us, so if we get through all 6 pursuits, that's how we save the girl? Because the whole setup for the thing is that we can possibly save her. We shall not give up on this girl. I know with careful analysis, we can figure out who is doing this, and something tells me that perhaps there's a simple explanation. If there are no surprises, I intend to find the solution quickly. The longer this girl is missing, the more difficult it will be to recover her. I believe that the pursuit mechanic is the follow that Christine mentioned. She doesn't say it because pursue is a bit highbrow for a 6-year-old. I believe that 6 pursuit is how we save her. Okay, so that makes me unsure of... what to do. Catherine, what do we know about Catherine? We don't know a lot about Catherine. Okay, so then I pitch you this. How do you feel about either the... What is the YouTube link? I also believe that the message in the paper, the misprints, is from the kidnapper. Okay. I like that. I'm wondering if there's a record of Catherine anywhere that we can find. Or I don't feel like finding her. So like maybe that's a big part of the reason that link is to a woman screaming. I wouldn't click it. No, I'm not planning on clicking it. It's a little too random for me, and it's too possible to be breaking people's ears as soon as I... Yeah, no thank you. Nope. So, what was I saying? I was saying that I think figuring out something about Catherine might be helpful. The only people that I could think of that would know things about Catherine would be the parents or, like, records. Like, I just don't think... That's the only thing I can think of. Records or... Her parent... So, like, maybe that's what I was thinking. Like, trying to go back it in my brain where I was. I feel as if the girl... I know. That's where... Yes, I know. That's why I took so many notes of the newspaper ahead of time. I feel like the girl... So, like, what if her firstborn was Catherine? So that's why the mom, like, went crazy after the second one went missing, too, because it's happened before. So she's, like, already had to deal with this. I don't know if talking to the mom would be helpful, but I feel like the parents or some form of missing child's records might be helpful. I thought that we would get that from the detective's place, but he wasn't able to help us. So, like, then I'm thinking of public records and honestly the advertiser, the newspaper. We have a local criminologist, but we don't really have evidence. I don't see anything in our allies that, like... William Coffin is a shady fellow, but some of your investigations might take you to some unsavory places he will know about. He is a Fleetwood diner, so you'd often think he might live there. Coffin has his fingers in a lot of pies, so to speak. He'll gladly give you information for the right price. I honestly don't think that we can get 6 pursuits. We'd have to miraculously luck at the start of the chain. Yeah, I don't think so either. So that's why I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to think of more in terms of what's going to lead us to the proper trail so that we can at least start getting a couple. I wouldn't mind, like, I don't really care if we don't get all of them. Like, I'm kind of accustomed to losing this game now. But I would like to start getting them, because the most annoying thing to me is when we don't even get to the portion. Like, the music box stuff for that Investigation 4 annoyed the shit out of me, because we never even got the key to the security box. We never even remotely got to that portion. And, like, that was the whole basis of the game. So I just want to touch on the pursuits, and I'll be content to lose, as long as we get to some sort of information. Even the last one, we had a bunch of, like, random information. Was it the last one? So, I feel like the most important portion of the information that we have right now is that there's a second girl that no one's talking about. Like, don't you think it's a little bit weird that when Armitage pitches us this stuff, that he doesn't mention that that they had another daughter? Like, that this has happened before? I just feel like that's super strange. Still want to see that new dance craze surge through Arkham. You know, the snake. Nobody dances in Arkham. So unfortunate. So wasted. So, start with the parents. Do we know where they live? We talked to Baxter once, but would that help us? F-27 is where he lives. F-27, I'm gonna write that there. F-27. I thought that one was mentioned as being in the sanitarium. At least that's what... No, that's her mom. It says, Christine was reading her favorite book in her room upstairs when Laura, John's wife, went up to check on her that evening. She had vanished along with her yellow overcoat and her favorite doll. Following Christine's disappearance, Laura's mind cracked immediately. So devastated, she was not even able to look for her own child, and Laura has been in a catatonic state since. She is now in the sanitarium. So she's unable to look for Christine, but nobody mentions anything about Catherine. You think following up with Laura? Oh, we followed up in the sanitarium though before and been so scarred by that. By people just like screaming and not responding to anything we're saying. And I just don't know if I want to waste that. Shit, catatonic. Yeah, she's catatonic. So like, the best, if we're gonna follow up with a parent, I think it should be the dad. But is there a way to get the information without talking to the parents? Like, again, is there records of children disappearances in the town hall, or honestly the newspaper, or maybe the library? My concern, yeah, I don't think he's worth seeing. I don't know if he's worth seeing at all. Since we've talked to him once, I feel like he's given us as much as he's going to give us. If we brought it up and we were like, who's Catherine? Like, if I had that choice and I was walking into that room and I was like, dude, who's Catherine? That would be a whole nother thing. But because the book is guiding me here, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm more interested in getting information on Catherine through logs or something. I think we need to know what Catherine likes to do in order to find our least to pursue, her favorite games and places to play. Because she said she likes to play the same things. Okay, I like that. I like that. That means that we should go to her house, though. Because we've already gone to her school. And what's up with the other two kids, though? We could go to the tenements. I'm gonna go back to, Inspector D32. He says, And that's something strange to me too. Inspector Garrison says all the kids' names, and then he says, Wolszczko's child disappeared from Orange Gangway tenements. He and one of the other missing, I forget, attended Matthew Sinclair Public School. Why the fuck, when I go to the public school, does the principal only mention Baxter? That's super freaking weird to me. 2 kids went missing that day, and he was just like, oh, Christine was such a sweet girl. Why has no one come to check up with me with her? That just seems super strange. Pests, rabies, we could do something along the lines of who went missing from her backyard while playing with other children. So Christine Baxter, who was reading in her room, Ladislas Volkno, child disappeared from Oran Gangway tenements, and Adelaide Klein, who went missing from her backyard while playing with other children. Christine's father offered this comment. Christine is the world to my wife, Laura, and me. We're asking anyone who has seen Christine or other sources. A source close to her family reports the stress of... Okay. Just reading your notes as you scroll is creeping me out. This one's actually been really fun. It's just... I feel limited. My time limit on this one is really... It's something rough. Adelaide and Ladislas are a bit young to be playing with Christine, I reckon, 8-year-old. Yeah, no, I agree with that. They probably weren't playing together, but I thought that it would just... I just think that a principal who loses 2 children in the same day, if an inspector comes to investigate the child disappearances, why does the principal only talk about 1? That's weird to me. Christine and Catherine, yes, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Especially since this part. I agree wholeheartedly. And I italicize this too. Catherine. How can I find out more about Catherine? I want to go to the newspaper. I want to go to either the newspaper or like the, let me just look at the newspaper real quick. The Historical Society has a knowledge of family history that Professor Robinson lacks and extensive... Okay, so what about that? There's the Historical Society, has a knowledge of family history that Professor Robinson lacks, and has extensive genealogical records that can reveal surprising family connections. Do we need some of Johnny's cheats? I know we've been stuck at this spot for a minute, but I just want to do it right. I feel like we don't have any space on this one to get a no entry. We have to have at least an encounter everywhere to be able to figure out minorly what's going on. Johnny's cheats. He already put away all of his cheating material. Historical Society seems like... I feel like the Historical Society makes sense. Family history, geological records, family connections, calls upon the dark one. Butts. Butts. Oh, I don't think I have my butt emotes anymore. I did. I lost that sub. No, I don't think that she would know what she likes to play with, but I think that she would know, about the sister. And, like, maybe she would have information for, like, about the families involved. 20 years is a really long time. Like, what if it's not even a sister? Maybe it's like an aunt who went missing 20 years ago, and like the other family didn't know about it. Like, what if it's the parent's sister? Yeah, what if she went missing during her childhood, and then the witch like baited this other little girl, like, this is your sister Catherine that you knew nothing about, but really, it's not, it's her aunt. I don't know why that makes sense to me, but it does. I've seen Coraline. I feel like Coraline's like in my brain right now for this. I'm picturing all the like trapped kids in the mirror in Coraline. I don't know. That's where I'm at with it. Still haven't heard a good argument against following up with one of the parents. I don't think that. Okay, let's just make a move. Let's just make a move then. I am willing to follow up with Baxter, with the father, and seeing what he says. But if he says nothing, then I'm either going to the Historical Society or anything of hags from Dungeons and Dragons. Do hags steal children? Apparently, maybe I don't know what a genealogist is. Isn't that someone who like studies family trees and like ancestry? Because maybe it does have something to do with this whole May Eve thing too. Either way. Where was he? F27. I'm willing to try. I'm just super nervous, if you can't tell. Said nothing of note. We're up Schitt's Creek without a boat in term of pursuit, so I'll have no objections to the rest of it. Okay, deal. F27. Okay. Mr. Baxter isn't home, so you instead speak with a police officer who has been stationed at the house in case of Christine's return. He greets you and lets you in the building. You make your way to the kitchen first, where you see a report card for a C. Baxter. Christine was a star student. There's also a business... Wait, what? You make your way to the kitchen first, where you see a report card for C. Baxter. Christine was a star student. Okay, I read that wrong. Read that so wrong. There's also a business card for Heather Hathaway, psychic. You proceed upstairs to Christine's bedroom. The bedroom window is open. You test the window trellis by leaning out and stepping on a slat. You hear creaking as the bolts loosen from the walls and realize the trellis couldn't have been used by an adult. The halls leading to the study are lined with portraits. You grab a picture of Christine wearing a yellow coat and secret it away. The remaining two portraits contain twins, one set of men and another of women. You make a note to speak with Dorothy Davis at the Arkham Historical Society. You enter the study and are confronted with an astounding collection of books. At first, none of them stand out, but you arrive at an older volume with a faded cover. You remove a book from the shelf and see that it is an annotated guide to arcane knowledge. You can't read the title. The Baxters were interested in knowledge that many families would forbid. Scrawled in the forward pages in bad handwriting is this passage. The blind cosmos grinds aimlessly on from nothing to something, and from something back to nothing again, neither heeding it nor knowing the wishes or existence of the minds that flicker for 1 second now and then in the darkness. Take requirement card 6. Okay, so we're taking requirement card 6, which hopefully is this one. Yeah, it's this one. And we're gonna take some notes. They do. Then they put them back to turn into a hag. After 13 years, it was the 20-year thing that made me think of it. Oh, that's interesting. I feel like I know a story like that. I can't think of what it is, but I think I've heard that before. I've never like put it with D&D terms though. I learned so much about D&D every day. I learned so much. Okay, so we found, I guess I'll write this passage. That way, in case I didn't do it justice. The blind cosmos grinds aimlessly on from nothing to something and from something back to nothing again. Neither heeding nor knowing the wishes or existence of the minds that flicker for a second now and then in the darkness. There's that passage. The one in Hansel and Gretel? You know, I kind of debated that. That's interesting. We also found a business card for Heather Hathaway, psychic. Took a picture. You grab a picture of Christine wearing a yellow coat and secreted away. The remaining 2 portraits contain twins. 1 set of men and 1 set of women. We need 2 sets of twins. 1 set male, 1 female. Fucking Christine was a twin. This is a twin thing. What else do we have? You proceed upstairs to Christine's bedroom. The bedroom window is open. We figure out that a person couldn't stand on that. You enter the study and are confronted with an astounding collection of books. At first, none of them stand out, but you arrive in an older volume with a faded cover. You remove a book from the shelf and see that it is an annotated guide to arcane knowledge. Annotated guide to arcane knowledge. You can't read the title. The Baxters were interested in knowledge that many families would forbid. Scrawled in the forward pages in bad handwriting is this. Passage written. Okay. And then we got requirement card 6. So, I think we should go see Dorothy now. Or we can go to the psychic, but I'm not sure if that person will have... Or we can go to the psychic. I kind of want to go to the Dorothy, though. I want to do that. Dorothy Davis. Historical Society. And I only really want to do this because I wanted to go here, and then he confirmed that I should go here, so now I feel like it's fate. It's fate. And I'm just hoping that's something here. You tell Dorothy about your investigation. Oh shit, I haven't done things. I should be 2 past, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I should be at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be down there. You tell Dorothy about your investigation and mention that you are looking into the Baxter family history. Well, let me see. She crosses the room to the genealogical section. It doesn't take her long to pull a volume off the shelf and open it. There's a small record here for the Baxter family. John Baxter's father, Edwin, had a brother, Albert, who was born on the same day as him, September 5th, 1870. They must have been twins. Here is Laura Baxter. She is a descendant of the Mason family that came over from Europe. The records show that Laura's mother, Andrea, also had a twin, Abigail, born both on July 31st, 1873. You thank Dorothy for her time. She says as you take your leave. More recent records may be at Town Hall if that's more useful. Damn it. Both parents, twins. We shouldn't follow this line anymore, I guess, because I feel like pursuits, time. Both parents, twins. More recent records in Town Hall. Oh, I've been saying the town hall since the beginning, too. That kills me. That kills me. Should we go see the psychic? I feel like maybe since we had her business card. Oh man, the pursuit thing's gonna... This is not gonna work out. This is not gonna work out. Oh, the lid's still on it. The lid's still on. The worst. The pursuit ship has sailed. Do what you will. Okay. Psychic, I guess. I don't know actually how to look her up. I guess Hathaway would be just look up her. I'm curious if there's an actual address for her, just psychic, in like culture, local culture. Penny or guide? No, there's nothing. She probably just had the house. Heather Hathaway. Hathaway. So if we get one pursuit, I should be happy. At this point, Hathaway. There's only a T. Hathaway, no. Hathaway M, Hathaway W. Wasn't her name Heather? Business card F27. Heather Hathaway. Hathaway M, Hathaway W. There's no Hathaway H. Well, it's probably listed under her husband's name. Oh, you think? You think? Well, then that doesn't. There's two listings like that. M or W. I'm just gonna try and see if I can find a psychic in the listings for like other places. School of Dance, House of Music, Billiards. I wonder if there's a psychic listing in the newspaper. I feel like I've seen them, like an advertisement. Oh, that's another newspaper. It's too far. Feeling mean? Dr. Thatcher's liver and blood syrup. Funeral cars. Coffee. Fat is folly. Black magic. Black magic, maybe. Maypool soap, Friedman. See how easy you can learn hypnotism. $1 this Saturday at the Witch House in French Hill. World-renowned Dr. Brody reveals all using live members of the audience. Maybe that's what I thought I saw. The true fortune teller gives you a complete interpretation of all dreams, including numbers, weather, and... No, numbers, weather, numbers. It's numbers twice. Birthday numbers and numerology simplified by the Gypsy King. There's tobacco. Okay, I don't think my psychic's not listed here. Residential restaurants, private companies. Fortune tellers. Why can't there just be a section for fortunes? It's all numbers, I know. Weather numbers, numbers. Stores, taxidermist, tobacconist, barbershop. Looking towards printing, bakeries, blacksmith, theatrical supplies, markets, groceries, curios and antiques, locksmith, furniture and carpets, goldsmith, glass blowers, music stores. Supplies, emporiums, boutiques, stonecutters, bookstore, tattoo parlors, drugs, clipping service, fine jewelers, nothing. Christine Fathers works at the library, right? Do we know which one? The school one, I think, because that's how Armitage knows him. He says... Armitage greets you, well wait,
Come in, Armitage says, gesturing you into the study. Have a seat. The other man sits in the armchair. Let's see. In the past, Armitage begins, I have to harden my heart and steel my resolve. This particular case, however, has affected me deeply. This gentleman is John Baxter. He has been employed in the library for several years, and we've become well acquainted. I'm assuming it's the school's library. I felt like that was useless information, though. I don't freaking know. We have a lead with the twins and the Orin. Do you want to go to C23 and have a word with him? What was the other Orin thing? Wasn't there the kids? Orin's gangway tenements. Maybe we should check that out. Yeah, we can do C23. I'm okay with that. Library. Orin library. A little nervous about it, not gonna lie. Okay. C23. Neither Armitage nor John Baxter at the library. Instead, Miss Sargent sees you in the foyer right outside the special volume stacks. She admits that her knowledge of witches and their relationship to the Walpurgis Eve probably pales in comparison to Pascal Fenton's. She does, however, confirm your suspicions. The local witches followed a couple of deities, she says. There's Azathoth at the center of the ultimate chaos, and then there's Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. We don't know much about the religions surrounding these deities. Regarding the missing girl, however, I ran across an old newspaper copy from 2 decades ago about missing children. A reporter followed up on the missing children, and he too eventually went missing. The reporter was working on a piece about child sacrifice wherein spirits could inhabit the bodies of other children if they believed they could bring dead persons back into this world by possessing the bodies of children. That would explain why more than one child is usually taken. If you have requirement card 1, proceed to supplemental encounters on page 144 and read entry 1. Geez, we've seen Nyarlathotep. Yeah, I did in the very first one. The first one was... I always remember where it is, too. I saw it scrawled along the walls in not the witch house, the emperor house, which was... Where was the emperor house? It was on the corner. It was like M something, I think. We do have requirement card 1. I'm gonna look back at this real quick. Bakery. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't. Oh, there we go. I'm way too far. Nyarlathotep. 50 and 10. Okay, so maybe I don't know exactly where it is. I know it's at the Emperor House, but I don't remember where the Emperor House is. Oh, there we go. U41. Okay, so it says, the Nyarlathotep thing, it says, the room contains a large painted pentagram on the wooden floor with unlit black candles at each point. A series of sigils are dabbed across the walls and floor, with the word Nyarlathotep reoccurring again and again. You try not to stare at the symbols too closely as they make your vision swim. Perhaps an illusion from the low light, you're not sure. Between a gap in the floorboards, you spot a small silver medallion, but apart from its usual design, it doesn't tell you much. So, Nyarlathotep. With more of an at sound? Okay. Nyarlathotep. Yeah. That's hard. That's so hard. I'm so bad with the nya sounds. So that's the only time we've seen that. And that ended up being the Silver Twilight people. Okay, so 144 encounter or supplemental entry 1. 146 is pursuits. 144. The girl in yellow has been following you. In the distance, you lock eyes with her. You may pursue. If you pursue, turn to pursuit encounters to continue. We're fucking pursuing. We are pursuing. So the supplemental encounter showed us the girl was looking at us. She's been following us. So it gave us the option to follow her. So we're going to. I'm making that decision right now. And then I'll take notes because the notes would be good, but we're going. So I'm going to read the very beginning of the pursuit encounters, just make sure we do it correctly. I'm pretty sure it's simple, but I'm just going to read it. Note, the first time you arrive in this location, or in this section, read Pursuit 1, and then immediately leave this page. The second time you return, you will then only read Pursuit 2, and so on. It is important you do not peek ahead. Be sure to read the pursuits in order each time you pursue the girl, otherwise instructed. You may return here up to 6 times. So we're going to follow her. I already said that I wasn't objecting to anything for the remainder of this investigation. Totally fine. So, but that's what the pursuits are. We're following the one girl in the yellow jacket. That's good to know. So now we know that this is where we need to go. Yeah, like you've been pretty much saying that the whole time, I know. You follow the figure into a dead-end alley. You hear laughter and spin around, looking in all directions. No sign of the child anywhere, and there seems to be nowhere she could have escaped. Your eyes catches something written in chalk on the brick wall before you. Please help me. I'm stuck here. Have you been to my house? Did you see my grades? Take requirement card 2. A chill runs down your spine. If Christine is alive, she is clearly being controlled by someone. This mystery is not a simple case of a missing child. The girl is in trouble. You may need more time to solve this investigation, so you wonder if you should go to Armitage at his home to request more time? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit, shit, shit! That's awesome! We need to go to Armitage's house! The game has changed! That's a really big deal! That is awesome! Okay, so we need to take the notes from the library first. Then I'll take the notes of the encounter with the entry that she wrote. And then we're going to his house. We're going! We're fucking going! Onward! Okay, so, or library. So, what does it say? Local witches followed a couple of deities. As a Thoth, the center of ultimate chaos. Nyar, Latotep. Crawling chaos. We don't know much about the religion surrounding these deities. Regarding the missing girl, however, I ran across an old newspaper copy from 2 decades ago about missing children. A reporter followed up on the missing children, and he too eventually, I guess that works. Missing reporter 20 years ago, following up on... The reporter was working on a piece about child sacrifice, wherein spirits could inhabit the bodies of other children. Damn you, word. I know, right? If they believe they could bring dead persons back into this world by possessing the okay. Believed they could bring back the dead by possessing the bodies of children. That would explain why more than one child is usually taken. More than one child usually taken. Okay. So where does Armitage live? I always forget. We don't usually go to his house. Fuck. He lives in Uptown, right? Armitage's office. office will still count. I guess I'm just gonna look him up. Is it not in this? I thought it was in the fucking... It can be found in my home U8 or my office. Okay, so... Armitage, home, U8. U8, here we come. Here we come. U8. Oh yeah, and we'll move our time tracker down one. Just in case he says no. Armitage is just leaving when you stop by his house and he smiles amicably when you approach him. We seem to be bouncing around all the same places, he says. This case has produced many surprises. I realized in my emotional distress I did not give you enough time to investigate. You have 2 more days for your investigation. Move the X marker to afternoon of day 6. Oh, that's awesome! That's so exciting! You now have the option of extending your investigation until the afternoon of day 6. Oh, that's so exciting! If you haven't visited the Hathaway sisters, you should. They have enlightening information and some not so enlightening. But more importantly, have you seen the little girl running around at town? Something odd is going on, and I plan to get to the bottom of it. You should be careful. This is turning into a dangerous investigation. I fear there might be other mysteries here. Do you get that feeling that do you ever get that feeling that you're being watched? Ah! That's exciting! Oh, don't forget to take requirement card 2. I did get that, didn't I? Take requirement card 2. Yes. Dragon, hello. How are you? And I realized I forgot to ask you how your D&D game went. Was it awesome? There we go. 2. We're going to move 2 over here. We got it from the first pursuit. Yeah. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Move 6 down here. We're going to move it right here. Just because. Because. Oh, we got more time. I'm so happy about that. Visit the Hathaway sisters. I think that's about all he says. Okay. I think that's all he says. So now that we have more time, let's go. We have 3 more locations worth of slush before we get time constrained again. Gotta use it carefully. Okay, so Hathaway sisters. I don't know. Have we seen that name anywhere to where we can make an educated guess on their names? Because I don't. There's 2. Oh, it's not D&D. It was basically a traveling session, but it was still fun. Oh yeah, it's the. I forget the name of the game you're playing, but you're playing something different. You're playing another role-playing game though. It's so fun. The 2 Hathaways are U66 and D59. I don't know if they live downtown or uptown, and I don't know. Are there like editorials or advertisements or anything for them? Okay, personal ads, birth announcements. I just don't feel like I don't want to waste our movement on going somewhere that. Yeah, check through all the newspapers. If we see Hathaway, we'll go to that one. Anywhere. I'm looking at like the editorials. I'm looking at the news. The wanted papers. Lakin Institute, Telenews, Simpsons, Runwell Super, Sales Clerk Wanted, and the Bakery. Business of Arkham, editorial, Sleepwalks into Trouble. There's always the newspaper, too. We could go to the newspaper. Just go there. Locks and fixtures, ice cream, Meredith's used books. Volunteers, Daniel Shea Public School is in need of a new secretary. What's old is new. Okay. Yes, I remember you talking about that. I remember you telling it to me. I remembered it was an acronym. Madam Waitley. Oh wait, no, that's a different one. That's not one we're allowed to use. The town hall might be a better bet. And we've been led to the town hall, so I'm cool with that. I like that idea. Okay. Town hall is D21. G21. Nicholas Saltonstall frowns when he sees you, but his face lights up when you ask him questions. He disappears into the record room and returns a few moments later, a look of satisfaction on his face. Finally, someone comes out and asks for something interesting. All day long, I'm looking up stupid zoning ordinances and rules on allowing pets into buildings. Who cares? To be honest, it looks like someone didn't do his job correctly back, 8 years ago? You see, the hospital records for the Baxter child's birth are only partially filled out. Also, I can't tell if the child's name is Christine or Catherine. In fact, the records are such a mess, it's recorded here that there were 2 children, but it's most likely a mistake. The hospital makes a lot of errors, and that's not saying much. The clerks are notoriously lazy, unlike here. So he basically just confirms Catherine. Confirms 2 children, Christine and Catherine. So he was kind of a waste. Kind of a waste, but that's fine. Let's do... Where else could we find her? Or... Okay, what if we... Since we have more time, let's go to... With the other kid. Wherever the other kid went missing. This one. Orange Gangway. Let's try there. I feel like pop the system we use in your Discord. Okay, yeah, go for it. We don't have that much time, I know, but I feel like it's worth it. Because what if this kid was a twin too? Or, I don't know. I'm not sure. What about Fenton? Might be smarter to just go with them. What is it? It's W and M. There's really nothing in this fucking book that, like, tells us anything about Hathaway sisters or psychics or something. This whole book doesn't give me anything. It makes me upset. Yeah, that works. D&D is perfect. Or awesome tabletop games, you can put it in there. Doesn't matter. One of those two. I'm doing a quick look for the psychic thing before I pull the trigger. Otherwise, just tell me which one's better, I guess, and I'll just be fine with it. But I know there's, like, a way. Roll for it? Okay. Okay, deal. Roll for it. I like it. Evens U66, odds D59. It's cocked. It's cocked. It's a 4. So U66. Is it W or M? Hathaway. Something. W or M. One of the two. of doctors listed here. I wonder if there would be like... There's a whole bunch of like random listings throughout here too. The president's house, like boarding houses, bathhouse, bakery. Everything listed throughout here too. I don't know. Either way, U66 was M. U66. I need to stay away from that book right now because it's gonna drive me crazy. All right. It's not anything here. There's nothing here. There's no entry. So the other one is D59. D59, and I need to move this twice. Yeah, I may as well. I'm already committed now. D59. Oh gosh, there's a whole bunch here. There's a whole bunch. I'm gonna drink my water, because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to get through this entry. Ooh, this is good music for this entry. I like it. I need chapstick. D59. The address on the card turns out to be a small cottage-style house. The address on the card turns out to be a small cottage-style house near downtown. As you approach, you see two middle-aged women sitting on the front porch. You come from the house with a hole in its center, except that you see only the one hole, where in truth there are two. Her nonsense gives you a pause, and the other woman makes a tisking sound and motions for you to have a seat next to them. Don't mind her, she says. She's blind, and she's a prophetess. She's a prophetess. But she don't bite. My name's Wendy Hathaway, and this is my sister, Heather. Sometimes I have trouble figuring out what she's yapping about, but I can guess this much from what she said. You come to us about the house where the little girl went missing, the Baxter house? Let's see what my sister has to say to you, and I'll do my best to interpret. Heather resumes. In the cut of the earth, there's a stone, white as the driven snow. Every year, it's stained red by the sacrifice of innocence. You cannot confront this being with your wits alone. If you follow, I see something removed and something gained, but I cannot see more. My vision is permitted. Wendy states, I think the cut of the world is a river, but a stone. Perhaps Heather sees the ravine at the Meadow Hill? You'll need to take a train to get there. If you go, take some kind of protection or call upon someone to help. I'm not sure. Heather also mentions you're going after someone. You must be careful. Heather begins. She will ask you to follow her. She pauses, her eyes bigger than before. Fear contorts her face. You have to find the one that can protect you. No, I sense a presence. I see fire, then darkness. I see your soul used in a bargain to save the life of another. I see a man of cloth giving you an artifact. She winces and folds her arms over her head. Her sister is quite alarmed and peers over at you suspiciously. Sometimes she gets very tired. Please leave. I will take Heather inside to rest. You stop Heather. What does she mean by artifact? What did she see? Wendy turns her head slightly. I think she means a religious item, like a cross or a rosary. I've never heard her tell someone to seek protection. This worries me. First, check the First Baptist Church. You must go now. Alarmed, you walk down the steps to the porch. Across the street, the little girl in a yellow coat is watching you. She waves for you to follow her and turns to leave. I have a question for you when you finish. Okay. I'm gonna take notes and you can ask your question. So she says, you come to us about the house where the little girl went missing. Let me see what my sister has to say. In the cut of the earth, there's a stone white as the driven snow. Every year it's stained red by the sacrifice of innocence. You cannot confront this being with your wits alone. If you follow, I see something removed and something gained, but I cannot see more. My vision is permitted. In the entry for the Baxter house, was there a picture of the business card? No, we found the business card.
Oh, where was the Baxter house? That was
F27? No, there was a picture of... I'm going to show you what the picture is. It's just like this little girl doing things. She's just staring at you through the window, which is strange to me because that's not a place that she showed up, but she's staring at you through the window. And click, there we go. So she says a man of cloth will give you an artifact. She says to go to the First Baptist Church. Is that what she said? Yeah, Baptist Church. She tells you... I mean, otherwise it's a whole bunch of, like, symbolism stuff. If you go take some kind of protection, you have to find the one that can protect you, a sense of presence. I see your soul used in a bargain to save the life of another. Sometimes she gets very tired. Really, it's just that there's a prophecy. First Baptist, yeah, definitely. Well, no, actually, we can pursue. So, we'll do the First Baptist Church for sure, but we can pursue right now because, alarmed, you walk down the steps of the porch. Across the street is the little girl in the yellow coat watching you. She waves for you to follow her and turns to leave. So we're gonna follow her. At least for now. I'm a little nervous about following her from here because we just got a warning, but we're gonna do it anyways. Pursuit number 2. You chase the yellow hooded figure, this time to a large building. When you enter, you catch a glimpse of the girl as the doors close to an elevator. You run up the stairs as the elevator ascends to the top floor. You enter and see the girl on the floor of a hallway crying. Then you hear the demon in her voice. She is talking downward, not facing you, but the voice of an elderly lady is heard alongside the voice of a little girl. You are not sure which one is speaking. I can see things here, she says. I see the future and the past. I see that time is running out for your friend, Armitage. The old ones are coming. Perhaps if you can free me from this spirit, I can tell you how to save him. Just free me. She begins singing to the tune of a children's song. A monster in the barn, a monster in the barn. It grows and comes for you. A monster in the barn. You slip hard, or were you pushed? Hitting your head on the floor, you black out momentarily, and upon waking, you find a slip of paper in your hand. It reads, "Now I know I've got a heart, because it's breaking. Christine." Advance the time tracker 1 space. Okay. So, we're just gonna write, we'll write pursuit. And we're gonna write Armitage's time is running out. Was it interesting? Running out. And then she says, perhaps if you can free me, hold on, perhaps if you can free me from this spirit, I can tell you how to save him. Just free me. That sounds so daunting. And then she sings a monster in the barn. Sings a monster in the barn, which I'm sure is fine. It's fine. And then she says, Now I know I've got a heart because it's breaking. Christine. Okay, so that's the note. Actually, that's technically that's the end of the note. Control italics. Okay. And then we had to advance the time tracker, which is rough, but whatever. Where the fuck are we going? You said F15. First Baptist Church. 15. F15. Oh shit, F15. If we were on pursuit 6, you'd be more concerned? I don't know, that was a rough. I was only concerned because we got a wording and then she's like a present and then she fell like ill and had to go inside. Just, I don't know, just a little rough. You read in the paper that the First Baptist Church is honoring one of its own. For a moment, you question the innocence of the ceremony, seeing malign intent behind the innocuous celebration. You shake your head to clear your thoughts. No, that doesn't make sense, you tell yourself. The front door to the church is open and no one seems to be about. To your astonishment, you see a white sheet covering a tremendous bulk behind the pulpit. It's too big and wide to be a cross. You reach under and feel stone. It's a tremendous stone sculpture that has to weigh several tons. This makes you feel very uncomfortable. You examine the podium. The one thing of interest is a sentence carved into the wood. It's okay to make a deal with the devil if the cause is sufficient, and if you are willing to lose your sanity to save another. On your way out, you see a cross in the foyer and have an overwhelming urge to take it. Take requirement card 9. Kitty, welcome back! Welcome back! How was your family time? Let's just replace this one. Requirement 9. There we go. Which is our cross, that's kind of cool. I feel like we need to make notes of a couple things here. Like this. It's okay to make a deal with the devil if the cause is sufficient, right? Sufficient? And if you are willing to lose your sanity to save another. That feels so freaking daunting. Feels so daunting. Oh, I don't like that. It was good. We watched Celebrity Family Feud, so lots of laughter. Oh my gosh, I think Family Feud is really funny. It's always super funny. How's the game going? It's going well. We are... I feel like we're doing okay. I don't know if we're, like, winning, but we're doing all right. I'm pretty confident in it right now. We're investigating ghosts. We just took a religious symbol to protect us. And then we found, what did we find? Tremendous book, you reach under and feel stone. So, it's a tremendous stone sculpture. So I'm just gonna write that. Tremendous stone sculpture. Weighing several tons. You examine the podium, and that's super weird to me. Like, that's just very weird. Message carved into podium. That just seems really strange. The little I've seen, it seems to be going well. I'm glad you think so. We've had some real problem ones that are just like, this one's going better than the past couple, honestly. I'll just say it that way. The last one had me so frustrated. and I couldn't pronounce like half of the words because they were all crazy Lovecraft words, and the passage, the way of thought in that one didn't make a whole bunch of sense, and the one prior to that I had a similar issue. This is probably maybe my favorite one we've done so far. Even if we don't win, I like this one. So I think it seems to be going pretty good too. I'm in a Gothic lit course right now, so ghosts and churches seem about right. This one has something to do with twins too. Like there's some cult thing happening with twins. Seems to be pretty good, I think. Yeah, Dragon, you've been here for most of them, if not all of them. So you know too when it starts getting a little frustrating. Okay, so the next place would be I'm gonna turn back to where we talked to the Hathaways and see. You missed one, you think? Think you're supposed to understand it all. At least you're still sane! Yeah, we'll see. Well, what happens at the end, if you haven't seen any of this before, what happens at the end is we do a bunch of tallies. We have to answer a bunch of questions, total the answers of the questions that we get correct, and then we take points, like penalty points, against things like sanity and taking too much time, and if you encounter certain monsters. So by the end of it, we could answer the questions right and still have taken too much effect on our sanity that we lose either way. So we're sane for now. D, where were you? 59. She mentioned going to, perhaps Heather sees the ravine at Meadow Hill. You'll need to take a train to get there. If you go, take some kind of protection or call upon the help of someone. So, Meadow Hill, do we know where that is? Because Meadow Hill could be Meadow, M-E, nope, not there. You'll have to take the train to get there from where we are right now, which is D something or other. I don't have it on this map where Meadow Hill is, but if you guys see it on the map that David linked, if it's labeled somewhere, let me know. If not, I'm just going to keep looking through this. I guess maybe like trains or something would... Perhaps she sees the ravine at Meadow Hill. So ravine, maybe, I'm looking for that, because ravine's capitalized. So it's like the title, Ravine at Meadow Hill. Railroad Warehouse, Rare Books and Maps, no. Radio Center, Rennie's Boarding House. Anybody sees in the resources anything about Meadow Hill, holla at your girl, because cannot find it. Miskatonic Valley, charitable organizations, all sorts of church. It's telling us to take protection and like stuff, so I feel like now that we have requirement card 9, we can go there. But she says that we have to take a train, but she doesn't tell us you'll need to take a train to get there. If you go, take some kind of protection. But it doesn't say which train. I guess there's maybe train stations, transportation. Where'd you go? Bus line, trolleys, train station. And 38, should we just go there to the train station like we're going to Meadow Hill? I feel like that's some like subtle hinting, like go to the train station. If there's no arguments to that, I'm gonna go to the train station, I think. I feel like that makes sense. Because I don't have Meadow Hill as a listing, from what I can tell. So the only other piece of information that we know is the train. I quite like this music. Kitty, how's your Gothic Lit course? That sounds really interesting. That sounds like a really interesting class. It reminds me, I got really into lore last year. It came on to Amazon Prime, and I have some issues with it. I have some like glaring issues with it, but I really like the overall. I like the content and the podcast and the show a lot. Kind of reminds me of that. Old Graveyard. I'm gonna look really quick again at the ends just to make sure I didn't miss it, and then I'm gonna go to, yeah, let's just do that. Let's do the train station. B&M train station. Train station. N38. Our fire alarm just went off for no reason, so hang on, I need to get hearing back. Okay. I hope everything's okay at least. I hope this is a good choice as well. Train station and 38. Oh my gosh! What an entry! What an entry. There's a whole bunch here. There's a whole bunch. So question, I didn't hear anything after my name. I said, how is your Gothic Lit course? I find, like, that's probably really interesting. And then I mentioned that it reminds me of the show Lore, which is pretty cool, that I have a few issues with. But overall, the content would equate to a Gothic Lit course, and I think that's kind of interesting. So what is this game you're playing? We're playing Mythos Tales. If you do !Mythos, it gives you a little bit of information about it. Essentially, it's an investigation game where I have a book of different scenarios and investigations that we discover. And we have put all of the resources in the drive so everybody can have the same resources that I have minus the book and can help us get through the investigation. Oh, it's really interesting. Yeah, so far lots of churches and sex and magic. That sounds super interesting. Like, lots of just cult weird stuff and, yeah, churches, sex, and magic. That sounds like a great course. Alright. I need to take a water moment because N38 is, like, almost the full page. It's half the page. It's slightly over half the page. Did we move already? Did I move already for the train station? Shit. I forget. Let's do, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So then I'm going to count. I don't think that's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we had a penalty one, so we should be at the morning of day 5. Where was a course like that when I was still in college? I took a couple of interesting, I took a lot of interesting film classes. I have a minor in film, so I took a whole bunch of interesting film classes and got into some, strange culture things and, psychology stuff that I thought was crazy interesting. And a lot of fun learning about literature stuff. It's having a little difficulty because 18th and 19th century writing is just wordy as fuck, but the stories are fairly interesting. The one we're discussing now didn't get interesting till halfway through. Oh, I could see, I didn't even think about the different, the way language would affect that. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I could see how that would be a little bit difficult. I've tried to read stuff that I would be interested in, I've tried to read Lovecraft stuff, and the book that I have was so over my head I couldn't do it. Could not do it. Major was film, but at the time they were shaping the curriculum and it was brand new. That happened to me with a couple of things that I took too. I definitely took the beginner stages courses of a couple of things that were experimental classes or tracks that they were using. Course is so interesting. I wish I'd taken more. It's too late now. I agree. I agree. I was in an AP Lit class in high school and fell in love with it at that point. But college was so different. College, I spent so much time just trying to figure out what I needed to do and not enough time doing what I wanted to do. Frustrating. Okay, N38. N38 is the train station that should take us to the ravine at Meadow Hill, which is where we possibly could find this demon, but I don't know if it's going to because there's a whole bunch here. Meadow Hill, oh, it actually did. Meadow Hill is a suburb of Arkham proper. The tiny hamlet consists of a dozen homes, a general store, and a cemetery. The only thing of note is a ravine which runs adjacent to the cemetery. After a few quick inquiries, you are told that you need to speak to Eustace Larkson, cemetery caretaker, to have him escort you to the ravine. Time requirement. If you have visited the cemetery in the morning or afternoon, there is nothing of note here. If you wish, you can wait here, advance the time tracker to the next evening space, and continue reading. Otherwise, you must leave this location. Well, I'm not going to just sit here and wait an extra turn. Did I count those right? I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be mad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, 14. I think I did 15. Hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Was it 14? 13, 14? Is that what we're doing right now? I can't count and I'm worried. So let's do, this is Inspector Garrison, Matt Sinclair, Witch House, Sebastian Lyman, Baxter, Dorothy Davis, Library, Armitage, and then we had an extra for the Pursuit. Town Hall, 1 Hathaway, 2 Hathaways, Church, train station. So we're in the afternoon. We're actually one more than I thought. So I could advance it 1 and we can read the rest of this. There's a lot here. It might be worth it. I don't know. Started literally the first Gothic novel ever written. Wow, yeah, I bet that's tough. I feel like I missed out on a good major for me. I can't switch to it without needing to spend another 2 years in the other grad. I'm considering grad school. I feel like that makes a ton of sense. Based on what I know about you and writing and how you, enjoy it even in your free time, I feel like that makes a ton of sense. Didn't hate it. It's not bad. It's just kind of silly in parts. Okay, I guess I'm gonna wait. That's gonna kill me, but I'm gonna do it. We're gonna wait to the evening. We're just gonna waste it. Because look at it this way, we've already lost this time. We could go somewhere else, maybe get something, but we can definitely get something. That's what I think too. I'm just gonna waste it. Because if I leave, it's not like I can come back ever. There's no other evening time, and there's a lot of stuff here. So we only have 2 moves, but at least I'll know something, because there's a whole bunch here. So we're just doing that. That's annoying, but whatever, we'll take it. Okay, N38. Move to the evening space and continue reading. Okay. You follow Eustace down a winding path flanked on both sides by tombstones. The grave markers are worn and moss-covered, and you crest a small knoll where Eustace stops and points. There it is, he says. About 500 feet down the hill, the ground gives way and forms a wide canyon and steep sides of bare earth. You can hear the faint sound of moving water near the bottom of the ravine, and hurry down to the edge to see a small creek at the bottom of the crevice. A creaky footbridge crosses the ravine, and as you look across the cavern, you spot a smooth, white stone half buried in the earth. The stone is about 20 feet long and 5 feet across. You take a tentative step on the footbridge and silently hope it will support your weight. You cross the swaying ancient structure, and when you take your first step on the other side, you trip, falling face first, just a few inches from disaster. You look at your feet and see a well-worn doll was the cause of your fall. Oh shit, there's a doll on the bridge! Take requirement card 5. Do we have a 5 picture? I don't think I have. We have so many requirement cards this time. Okay, I don't have a 5 picture, so I have to add that. Image. There you are. Add source. Add new source. And requirement 5. Oh, big card! So many requirement cards this time. Okay, you. There we go. Okay. Here's my requirement card 5. The only Lovecraft I read was The Shadow over Innsmouth. It was pretty good. Specialized reading as an undergrad, so I think it could help go to grad school. I hope. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I've read some monsters book. I have some on my Kindle that's a monsters book, and then I can't remember. The Innsmouth one actually sounds really familiar. That may have been the one that I started with, but I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look. I think I have that giant collection of Poe books, like that big fucking collection, but I don't think, yeah, the Poe and the Lovecraft aren't in here. They're in my other room. So, whatever. Take requirement card 5. I got distracted, sorry. You continue towards the stone and find yourself alone. You aren't sure when Eustace left you, but given the strange feeling you get as you get closer to the bizarre monolith, you can't blame him. A feeling of dizziness hits you, and you fall down and hit your head hard against a rock. Dizzy, you try to stand up, but cannot gain your balance. Suddenly a voice booms. What's done is done! With blurred vision, you see a tall figure in robes standing in front of his face hidden by his cowl. It just says your, so I'm assuming it means in front of you. With blurred vision, you see a tall figure in robes standing in front of you, his face hidden by his cowl. He holds a hand near your face and speaks. You cannot save the children. Keziah holds... Oh, Keziah! Keziah holds them for me in her new body, and she brings them to me. As their names are written in my book, so shall yours one day. Dizziness consumes you, and the man in black fades from the horizon, now replaced with a writhing Dizziness consumes you, and the man in black fades from the horizon. The horizon now replaced with a writhing mass of tentacles. The next thing you hear is the voice of Eustace asking, "You okay? You froze in place before we set foot on the bridge. I thought you were dying." Shaking the visions from your head, you assume Eustace that you're fine. You assure Eustace that you're fine. Nonetheless, Eustace insists on cutting your tour short, and you gladly oblige. Oh, Keziah! Keziah was, hold up. Let's just take this for a moment. I need to look at investigation, what was it, 4? Keziah Mason? Is that what it was? I think that's what it was. Twitch, Mythos Tales, Notes, C4. Okay. We've got Keziah Mason, Historical Society, Hangman's Hill, and Witch House. Escape to Salem Jail. Oh my god. That makes me wonder if we should go to Hangman's Hill and Witch House. Escape Salem Jail. Did we know where did we do our questions for this one? Was that the separate one? Mythos Tales questions. We didn't answer those. Notes final, first draft. I'm wondering if we know where Keziah's, like, was she at the, should we go to Hangman's Hill? What's this? Oh, that's from yesterday. That's not even supposed to be in here. Why are my D&D notes in here? Let's do, I don't think I had any others. Yeah, I didn't have any extra stuff. That's annoying. Okay. I'm wondering if I can figure out if, like, we know where Keziah Mason would be keeping these kids, and it feels like it would be at Hangman's Hill. So, okay, what did we get? We found a Eustace. Larkson is the cemetery caretaker. Creaky footbridge. You take a tentative step across the footbridge. We got number 5. You cannot save the children. Keziah holds them for me, and in her new body she brings them to me. As their names are written in my book, so shall yours one day. Okay, we should write Keziah Mason, who we actually found out from the genealogical stuff. One. We found out that Laura Baxter, she's a descendant of the Mason family that came over from Europe. So she's a direct descendant to this witch. Should we go to the Hangman's Hill? I really think that I like... What is Hangman's Hill? M2? Okay. Keziah Mason, 18th century. Escaped Salem jail. Okay, maybe... I'm gonna look back at what that woman said. I guess D59. She'll ask you to follow her. You'll need to take a train to get there. If you go, take some kind of protection or call upon the help of someone. I'm not sure. Heather also mentions going after someone. You must be careful. I think I got the cross from that encounter, so that's not like... The rest of it, I'm not sure. We don't have very much time. I have 2 moves left. We've been to the town hall. So the only thing I can think of is... maybe Fenton. Since we've already done the witch house. Or... I don't know where we could use all these requirement cards. Sanitarium, you think?
You think maybe something that we got, one of these requirement cards, could maybe use there? I'm nervous of it with 2 moves. Where else could there be, like... We haven't seen these stones anywhere else. We saw something at the church. I think she means a religious cross or a rosary. She doesn't say anything about the stone, does she? No, she doesn't. There's a massive sculpture in the church, though, which was F15. There's a massive sculpture there, and then there's another one. There's just the panel at the structure. Okay. You cross the swaying ancient structure, and when you take your first steps to the other side, you trip. You look at your feet and see a well-worn doll was the cause of your fall. You spot the vine, as you know. The stone is about 20 feet long and 5 feet across. You spot a smooth white stone half buried in earth. Sanitarium? Alright, we'll try it. Because it's a lead on the mom. And I'm hoping that maybe one of our cards will do something for that. D1. D1, please be here. It is. There's something here. I'm so glad. The Arkham Sanitarium looms in front of you, appearing spectral and surreal. The ivy creeping up the building's sides is a vibrant green. Inside, the sanitarium's usual unpleasant smells of sweat and blood overlaid with disinfectant are overwhelming. An orderly leads you to the quarters where Laura Baxter is housed. She shares a small room with 2 other catatonic patients. They simply sit on their beds all day and stare off into space. The room is silent when the orderly directs you in and points out Miss Baxter. Good luck getting anything out of her. She ain't said nothing today. Laura Baxter is a small woman in her early 30s. You stand before her and say her name. She's smiling and aware of you. You will end up here. She tells me that you will end up here, right beside me. What a happy thought. If you have requirement card 5, proceed to supplemental encounters and read entry 5. If you have requirement card 6, proceed to 6. We have 5 and 6. We have 5 and 6. We have 5 and 6. We have both of the encounters for the requirements. I said that backwards. We have both of the requirements for the encounters on the supplemental pages. Supplemental pages. I'm so excited that we can use our things. Page 144. Here we come. 144. 144. There you are. Supplemental encounter 5. You show Laura the doll you found at Meadow Hill. Even 8 years later, the old witch is here. But I did not understand. Laura says in an icy voice. John told me Catherine died. A sacrifice. Catherine was spared? I know I saw her the night Christine disappeared. She told me her name. Christine never knew she had a sister. So the witch still had her, and I thought I could help save her. The witch took possession of my baby and spared her for what? I don't know. Just as Laura seems to be coherent, she turns to muttering again, as if herself suddenly became possessed. The final words you can understand are in deeper, shaky voice. They're protected. Do you go to church? You should go to church. Laura laughs wildly. Go to church. And 6. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna write this out for you. Entry or supplemental 6. Wait for this shit.
words. Laura cries. John said it would never happen again. He promised, but I didn't believe him, she sobs, wringing her hands together. I learned. Laura says in an eerie, haunted whisper. She leans over, suddenly smiling again. You don't feel comfortable with her this close. Follow my little girl. You can save her. The witch tells me that you must stay away, but I know she's lying. Laura howls like a wolf. The nurse sedate her, and you leave, pretty shaken. So she's up 5, she says all of that, and then she's 6, confirms Catherine and the witch. That's some demon speech right there. That is summoning Lovecraft demons right there. Catherine and the witch. Okay. But she asked if we go to church. Do you go to church? You should go to church. Go to church. We've already done that. Oh yeah, and I should have moved this. So on our last move, copy and paste that into chat? Okay. There you go. The I's aren't capitalized, but Word just wants it to. So the witch still had her. I thought I could save her. The witch took possession of my baby and spared her for what I do not know. Okay. Can we try Google Translate? I think that's what Deva's doing. Because a lot of these, like, I know when there's stories about Cthulhu, there's like a whole ritual saying, like there's something like specific that you can look up where it tells you the words of trying to get Cthulhu to rise. So I'm sure this is along those same lines, and it's probably for whatever fucking demon we're trying to go after right now. Which, as far as I knew, was witches, but nope, didn't turn up anything when translating. Oh, lame. Lame. I'm assuming it's gonna use auto detect also. Nothing? Boo is right. I agree. Because we don't really know. I wonder if there was a way to figure out something about the. Not in one move though. We can't do a lot of this in one move. It's so hard to look down at this book sometimes because I'm drawn into the things that I shouldn't see yet because I should keep a blind eye to some of this. Oh, can't put that there. Gotta move some things around. Fictional language created by Lovecraft appears through the gates of the Silver Key. It's written, the hieroglyphs brought to you, the spawn of Cthulhu. Honestly, we did see tentacles. I just remembered that. We saw a mass of tentacles, didn't we? Trying to figure out where it was. You aren't sure where Eustace left you? No. Oh, there it is. Dizziness consume you, the man in black fade from. And the man in black fade from. The horizon now replaced by a writhing mass of tentacles. The next thing you hear is Eustace asking if you're okay. And move this a little bit. Of course he... Take me an hour to untangle this mess. Yeah, probably.
untangle because they're tentacles. I don't know. Of course, he created his own language. I love Cthulhu. They create their own damn language. It's so ridiculous, too. Oh my gosh, there's a whole... What? I'm just curious about the beginning portion of it. So... I don't even see the beginning portion. Fama is mother. I'm super intrigued by this. Fama is mother. Nai is father. Gra Golfin is, it would be lost one. Possibly. Oh, I'm so down a rabbit hole right now. This is terrible. Possibly Realm of Dreams or Realm of Darkness. Oh my gosh. And then it's mother, father, lost one. What is Goff? Children. Lost children. PH is over or beyond. And then F Shag is... F is they, and Shag is... We knew that. Realm of Dreams. So that's the... Sisha could be our realm. So something along the lines of our realm, and then I'm just gonna do lines. Mother, father, lost ones, I think, was it? Was that Nai? G. Okay, so Nai was father, so I... Oh, G-R-A. Where's the I, though? I... Is that by itself anywhere? H-I-H. It's not on here, so I'm just gonna... There's probably some craziness going on there, but... Goff and his children. Lost ones. Children. And then the next line would be... PH over or beyond, and then F they there, and then Shag is Realm of Dreams, right? Yeah. Realm of Dreams. So, I mean, it's something, at least there's like lost children. Beyond, it's probably beyond their Realm of Dreams or something. I'm not sure what the beginning would be. Over death? That would be... Oh, really? Over death? Death. So that would be beyond, maybe? Okay. Do you guys know that we'd be fucking like cryptologists right now? Or is it NGA? Is that why? So N by itself. Oh, death. Yeah, it is that way. So PH
is PH over beyond, and then NGA is death. Oh my gosh. What a freaking... And I'm back. This is what we've gotten so far out of it. This part could be our realm. This part right here is mother. This part right here is father. I think this part was lost children. Our realm, parents, children, beyond death, their realm of dreams. Parents, children. Is that what the iGraph thing was? Is it iGra N? Yeah, so it is the whole Goff. So lost one, children. Yeah, okay. Came in nuts like a box of Crocs. Crazy. There's so much happening, right? My mother, yeah, but otherwise that's what they're, yeah, I agree. Over death beyond the realm of dreams. It can stay in the same thing. Stop moving things. There we go. I think essentially that's what it is. I really doubt they've done that too. I just think that it was fun. I didn't realize that it was going to be like, I could just look up the pieces of the letters and then all of a sudden there were translations there and it was just way too like, I just got down a rabbit hole all of a sudden. I apologize, but I think that's what it is. It really helps us not at all. I feel like I don't know where to go for our last movement, and that's just what it is. They underestimate the nerdiness of their audience. I can't wait. If you guys are new to Mythos Tales or new to the stream or new to the way that we've been doing things here, we're on Investigation 7 of Mythos Tales right now. So next week when we do this again, it's the 8th one and it's the last one in the book. So in order to continue doing it, I'm going to get the Sherlock version of the game, and we're going to do the Sherlock detective stories, which is essentially the same game but with Sherlock investigations. So that'll be like probably in a few weeks, like a few weeks out, because there's other stuff happening between then and now. But that's the plan. If you guys haven't seen this and you feel like you've missed out on 6 weeks of this craziness, which has been a ton of fun. It's been so frustrating, but it's been a lot of fun. And it's something different. I don't know. I kind of like doing it. But get into your stuff. Okay, I found, it was like it was Amazon through Walmart or something, but I found like the Sherlock, I found like the hat and maybe a magnifying glass and I think a coat. It was like $9 for a costume. So I might do that too, because I found it online. I think that's awesome. That might be a thing. That's for the future. But I need to tell you guys, because since this is our last move and this is going to be the end, and then we only have next week to do this, I felt like we needed to all be aware that Sherlock is afterwards. Maybe not right away, but still. Okay, so this is... Oh, I might just tag along for the last game. Maybe not, though. After watching this, I just ordered the game. I alternate a weekly D&D game and general board game night. Nice. Well, if you're around, cool. If not, I hope you have a ton of fun with it. Otherwise, join us for Sherlock. It might be a ton of fun to do that. The Sherlock consultant agency or something. Consultant detective. Something along those lines. I don't remember. It's something along those lines, though. It's essentially the same game, though. It's a picture of a magnifying glass on the cover. We do D&D a little bit here. Twice a month, usually for D&D, and then Deva and I played a card game last night. Either way, I'm out of it. Let's go to we could take a flyer on our last move and go to the fucking orphanage. Everything's leading me to I'll definitely check out the Sherlock streams. My hobby fun is taking a beating this month. That was me last month. We went to Gen Con last month, and that was a little rough on the wallet. But that's where I got this game, and I got it for $20, so that's been great. Where else would you find lost children? Right. I feel like the orphanage would be somewhere that hasn't been brought up. Or like, I'm trying to think in terms of the witch, too. We know something to do with Cthulhu. We know something to do with rats or like rodents. We know the witch house was a thing. We knew a couple people from the witch house. I just kind of cheated, but then I didn't because we don't have what we need to go there anyways, and I accidentally cheated. That's the worst thing about this game, is that it's so easy to accidentally cheat. You just look down and all the numbers are there of ones that have encounters, and you just kind of know if you recognize them. Here's the witch house, actually. I just need one more. I want to do one more pursuit. I really want to get what this month was Tabletop Scotland, our much smaller but was still awesome version of Gen Con. Oh, awesome. How was it? Was it amazing? I love Gen Con. I've been going for years. I'm gonna look. I don't know. I'm gonna look for something that gives me. Where is the orphanage? I'm almost considering it. Or like the funeral parlor, or the funeral home. We only have the one funeral. Oh no, we have a couple. Never mind. There's too many options there. Boarding houses, settlement home, Eleanor. They kept telling us to go to church too, and I don't know where to follow the leads about the churches because we already went to one. Would we need to go to a second one? Do we know anything about this saint? Did we find out that it's German? Saint Walpurga? Is that what we found out? Like, is there a specific church that might be a little bit better? They led us directly to that church, though. Okay. I really don't know. I really can't stay. I feel like the church note was another warning to get the rosary. Yeah, me too. It was so awesome. I was running some of the Epic D&D events, but I got to check out some other great stuff and buy way more than I intended to. That's how all those things always go. You always buy way too much. I just did a D&D puzzle the other day, last week, and I had so much fun doing a D&D puzzle. I got it at Gen Con from like a random stranger, and it was amazing. It had all these like NPCs for D&D. Okay, what if we don't pick anywhere to go and take a time thing? You didn't buy that puzzle though, it was a freebie. I know, you're right, it was, but it was so cool. I need to show you guys the picture, but there's a guide in it that numbers 1 through like 85 of the different NPCs that are in this puzzle. Like, you can just find them all in the puzzle, and it's amazing. You mean just retire now? Yeah, and not take a location hit. Because I don't know where to go. And, oh, I know where to go now. I just cheated. I know where to go now. So otherwise, I don't know where to go, and we're going to either take it or go. How do I put this? They're going to lose anyway, take it. Okay. I think so too. I think take it too. But I really want to... You don't put it. Just go. Okay. I'm gonna ignore the amount of information that just is under my hand. Let's just go. Let's just do this. It was a pursuit encounter and everything. What do we know? We're gonna retire early. That way we don't take too much of a locations hit. So number 1, who abducted Christine Baxter on May Eve? No. Take the encounter? Do it? Really? You think? Cheat? I'm gonna cheat. I feel bad, but I was in the right mindset when I found it, and you guys are gonna, don't judge me, chat. I want to cheat though. It's the fucking Stannis. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I don't know if it'll give us any information, but I feel like it just needs to happen. Just let me make sure that it's the right place. Cheats, where's Johnny? He's gonna ban me from my own chat. Yeah, it is. Stanislaus Church is a boxy gray brick building with a single steeple and large, inviting wooden doors. Inside, you speak briefly with a priest who points you out to Joe Mazuritz in a back pew, praying over the rosary. Joe is startled when you approach him, but warms up to you quickly. This is an effect you deduce of the alcohol in his breath. Going to look away now. Judgment. Oh no, I know. I know, that's what I was saying. The Polish church. Because that saint that we found out in the very beginning, we were like, that sounds Polish. And then we found out about the kid, the Ladislaus, or whatever, and you said that sounds Polish, and that was already after we had learned about this one, and I'm like, maybe this Polish church is where to go, and they were such a part of another one that, this is an effect you deduce of the alcohol in his breath. I told them all. You can't go meddling with the old ones. If you wake them, you're in big trouble. The witch house was a place where you could dream and connect with the dead. It's better, though, for Gilman. This way, he won't be here to witness the chaos when it comes. We won't be so lucky. A priest standing by, listening to your conversation, stops you on the way out. I know of this girl you see on the streets, and I can show you how to defeat the demon inside her. He slips a rosary into your hand. If you get a chance, you must defeat it. Otherwise, who knows what horrors will bring in the future. This will help you. You have a brief conversation with the priest and leave with the rosary. Take requirement card 8. Down the center of the busy street, you see the girl running. You yell out to her. She's almost hit by a car. You may pursue. If you pursue, we're going to do this. So I'm going to move our marker down to this. Down to this. We're not going to be able to use the requirement card, but the requirement card in this section is the rosary, which I'm sure is probably... Go get him! Get him! Well, we got a
ton of cards in this one, though. I'm really proud of us for that. I'm just going to put that over here, right there.
Okay, so pursue. Nope, not there. Are we on... Okay, so we read Pursuit 2, so now we're on 3. You run to where you saw the girl and the stop, looking in all directions, but she's vanished already. A man with an umbrella bumps into you and drops a book. You pick it up and yell after the man, but he does not turn, walking briskly away with his colleague. You are too out of breath to follow. This book is The Wizard of Oz, and inside the front cover it says, Property of Orrin Library. However, there is also a mail address for Arkham Rare Books and Maps Store. Take requirement card 1.
Well, we already went to the Orrin Library, so that doesn't help that much. Did you really get that card, or did you take it? I am not answering that question. Not answering that question. I got the card. It's fine. We have a cross and a rosary, and we are ready to deal with demons, but now it's over. Now it's over. We've reached the end of our timeline. So, Stanislaus Church, we're just going to say Old Ones, Rosary, otherwise, you know what horrors will bring in the future. I can show you how to defeat the demon inside her. So this really wasn't that much information, I guess, but I saw the pursuit on the bottom and got really excited. And requirement card 1, so we got 8 as the rosary, but 1 was the, 1 is the one that we had before. So we actually, it led us back to the library that we've already been at. I'm not sure what we got at the library. Oh, we got more time. Didn't we? Orrin Library, where are you? Yeah. Oh, this is, yeah, missing reporter, believe they could bring back the dead, and then we went to Armitage's house. So yeah, we were already good. For losing the last game. Yeah, we already had it. Don't have a 5th Amendment in this country, but it's fine, you can stay silent. More time, yep, and the pursuit. Okay, so, questions. Who abducted Christine Baxter on May Eve? I think it was Keziah. Like, that's, Keziah has them, is what he says. So, Keziah Mason. I don't know if she's a witch, but I think she's who took them. For what purpose was she and the other children abducted? To bring back the dead? Bring back, possess children to bring back the dead. And then if I go through these really fast and there's like a lag or a delay and you guys need to add or correct things, we can add things before we look at the totals. We can add them, like we'll do a once over on all of our questions. 3, what did the principal of Christine's school show you? Drawing of girl in yellow with possible demon. Note at bottom. What family secret from 8 years ago are Laura and John Baxter hiding? Catherine? Possible demon. I mean, I don't want to judge, but glowing red eyes usually says demon to me. Birth of twin sister, Catherine, kidnapped. 5. Why did Christine's mother go catatonic so quickly after her abduction? She saw, what did she see? Did she see Keziah? Or did she see, should I ask Kethers about glowing red eyes and the demon? I don't think she would have an answer for you. I think Kethers would shrug you off and whatever. I think that's how that would go.
You know, you can't judge just all demons by the cover, okay? You can't just judge them just because general label demon means that they're demonic or something. Psh, whatever. You should put the whole D&D character against her? No way! Who would do such a thing? Resistant to fire. Why did she go catatonic? Did she... I can't remember if she saw her daughter or if she saw the witch. And I didn't write that in her encounter. I watched Supernatural, okay? Not all demons. Right. I feel like Cathris would be an awesome character on Supernatural. That's exactly what demonic means. Okay, Mr. Technicalities. It's fine. Do you guys remember? She's speaking Merlan, I bet on the witch. First blatant cheat and then fantasy. Blatant cheating! I feel so guilty. I feel so guilty. First impressions are slim to none right now. I'm so sorry. I think she saw... I feel like she saw her daughter. She saw Keziah... Should I say with Catherine? Would that be wrong? If I just drop both of their names in there, is that a full answer? And only one of them is half right? Is that a safe bet? She's also Keziah with Catherine. I'm just doing it. What are the names of the other two children taken around the same time as Christine? We're going to copy and paste this. There we go. Oh, nope, those are the other tenants. Adelaide Klein. Control V. And we're going to delete this. And Adelaide Klein and this guy. And okay, those are the two. Oh, is the music over? We got through so much. I'm gonna pick the. What was this one? What's the one that I wanted to hear again? This one. I still love this one. I love it so much. Okay. 7. What is the name of Christine's favorite book? The Wizard of Oz. Got this. I got that one. Teasing, it's fine. We're usually a lot better, to be honest. It's fine. We're having a moment. Having such a moment. This game brings out the worst in me. It makes me... It's so hard to not cheat in this game. It's so hard. I've been so good about it, too, and that one caught me off guard. What happened to Walter Gilman? I don't actually know what happened to Walter Gilman. He was possibly attacked by rats, but definitely attacked by a demon. Demon rats attack. No, it's probably not. Demon attack in attic. Suspected rodent attack. If I answer it like that, I feel like I'm playing the lawyer card right now, where I'm like, not exactly answering the question, but covering all my bases. 9. What are the names of the 2 students who lived at the witch house with Gilman? Oh, we know this too. We know these answers, because we're good at this game. Because we're good at it. And 10. There's a lot of questions here. Oh, shit. Where do the child sacrifices take place? Ooh, I don't know. Anybody have a guess? the ravine, Meadow Hill. Ravine at Meadow Hill. A basement. The altar already set up, just in case. Who killed the old man on the little island in the middle of Miskatonic? I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. Who killed the old man on the little island in the middle of the Miskatonic? Have we met anybody that's like a killer? That's why they kept saying take protection and why we never actually crossed the bridge. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. This makes for a great homework watch, I'll say that. For as much as I'm paying attention to you, I'm actually getting things done. Jess told me that one night too. Like she loved listening to this because it was really good like background noise and like it's like listening to a podcast or something. I think that's pretty cool. I'm totally okay with that. I think that's really cool. Where, when, why? I know, I'm trying to think if we know anybody that would murder anybody. I almost want to say like I'm going to take a flyer on this and say John Baxter. Because I feel like when we went and saw the sanitarium, he was like almost not a bad guy, but he was giving off that. I'm going to say John Baxter. They were into arcane weirdness. I don't know, I just feel weird about it. I feel like something about the way she talked about him made me feel like he was responsible for something bad. I can turn anything into a background noise because of ADHD, but I do like Twitch because of the way it ensures I take a break every few minutes to jump into chat or something. That's fair. I've been listening to a lot of podcasts and stuff lately, so I think I don't know, I think I definitely understand why this would be a good thing to listen to. 12. What is the name of the owner of the advertiser who lost her child? What happened to the mother? Oh shit. Of the advertiser? We know the one... We know somebody, missing reporter, following up on child sacrifices. Oh my god, do we know that reporter's name? I don't think we know that reporter's name. Of the advertiser? What happened to the mother? She died. Yeah, we never went to the advertiser. We never heard of anything about it either, other than the one thing 20 years ago. I Want to Tune Out podcast. I have to listen to those while playing something mindless because otherwise I don't actually I've been listening to them while driving to and from work. They have been so nice to listen to. The radio sucks. And listening to podcasts has been really fun. So I have no idea what this one is. So we're just going to question mark that one. And totals, I guess. All right, here we go. Here we go. Who adopted Christine Baxter on May Eve? Her sister Catherine, possessed by Keziah Mason. 5 points. That counts, right? Keziah Mason? Does that count? I'm gonna let you guys decide. I feel like that counts. For what purpose was she and the other children abducted? For sacrifice and or possession by spirits. That counts. 3 points. Yes? You guys say yes? Same with audiobooks. See, audiobooks, I actually do have problems paying attention to while I'm driving. I don't know. I've really just been listening to the Adventure Zone. I listened to all of the Adventure Zone up until Monster of the Week stuff. We're currently listening to that. I listened to Imaginary Worlds, which was actually really interesting. And I listened to There's a couple other ones that I have subscribed. Google Play Music has been great for finding podcasts. I've had so much fun finding stuff. Half points for you because I was possessing. Yeah, we did know that. I feel like it's just not something that I wrote. I feel like that's, yeah. So we knew the answer. I haven't been able to do audiobooks yet. I feel like I get too zony. But with podcasts, it's so conversational that I'm like feeling like I'm part of it even though I'm not. It seems silly. I know. 3. What did the principal of Christine's school show you? A drawing she made holding hands with a witch. 4 points. Oh yeah, she might not be a demon. She's a witch. She's a witch. 4. What family secret from 8 years ago are Laura and John hiding? They had twins? Oh. Well, we didn't get any of those points. We knew that answer too. But I don't feel right about taking those points because that's not what we answered. But we knew that. 5. Why did Christine's mother go catatonic? She came into contact with Catherine, the twin sister of Christine. Yep. Taking those. 3 points. Birth of twin sister, that's points. But I was talking about Catherine specifically, I thought. Adelaide and Klein, we got those. 2 points for each. Last name's okay. 2 points for each, so we got 4 points. The Wizard of Oz, 4 points. 8. He was killed by a giant rat. Rodent attack. 1 point. 9. 2 points if you know both. Frank Elwood and Paul. Yep. So 9 is 2 points. 10. The Ravine. 2 points. 11. Oops. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Who killed the old man? Catherine Baxter. Oh, I was wrong. Catherine Baxter, Keziah Mason. That makes sense too. You wrote Birth of Twin and take the points for number 4 too. So they are. I must repeat my assertion that we get 4 points. Okay, what is that one? They had twins, 2 points. 2 points. This one's nothing. The answer is Catherine Baxter, possessed by Keziah. And 12 is, what is the name of the owner? Melinda Susan or Mrs. Susan, and she died inside the sanitarium. We have no idea anything about that, so Mrs. Susan. Control B. Okay. Control B. Okay. You were just judging poor John Baxter for wanting to read some arcade stuff. I was judging him because of the way his wife talked about him. I had no judgment until she was like saying that he convinced her to keep it a secret and all this stuff. No. Okay, so 5, 8, 12, 14, 17, 21, 25, 26, 28, 30. I think. 30 points. No questions about the old ones. No questions about our rosary. The most I've seen on stream before deductions. Yeah, this is the most I think we've gotten. Because in the way his wife talked, yeah, that was the thing. It was because of his wife, she talked about him like she feared him though. That's what threw me off. Like, that's just, it feels weird. Deduct 1 point for each of these you read. Pursuit 4, 5, and Pursuit 6B. I don't think we read any of those. We only read up until Pursuit 3. We read 1, 2, and 3. So we don't have to deduct any points for that. If you read Pursuit 6A, deduct 1 point for each item you use, rosary and cross. We didn't read that. If you read all pursuits and used both items, deduct a total of 5 points. We didn't do any of that. If you read 6B and were placed in the sanitarium, you suffer from temporary insanity. Armitage will eventually come to your age in about 6 weeks. Oh my gosh. Even if you did escape reading 6B and encountering Keziah, you still had to check yourself into the hospital for a few days. Then shock has been too much for you. So we didn't have to take any sanity penalties. Locations visited. For every location you visited beyond 10, deduct 1 point. Armitage traveled to 10 locations, this time including his home address where he would give you 2 more days to finish your investigation. Okay, so we need to count. We have a lot here. This one doesn't count because there was no entry. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So minus 4. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Minus 4. So equals 26 points. Oh my gosh, that's not too bad at all. Cheap shit, hi. Dude, what is this? I want to play. All right, yep, we're doing, next Sunday is our last one. It's called Mythos Tales. I'll show you guys. Give me a moment and I'll show you guys the whole thing right as we wrap this up because we're almost done. I'm at 26 points. Okay, so 16 plus points, you win! We won! You win! On the following page, you may view the locations Armitage visited to solve the investigation. We only needed 16 to win. It's fine. We did really well. So, let's read the solution. Hearts will never be practical until they can be made unbreakable, quotes Armitage. That is from poor Christine's favorite book. As you can guess, I confronted Baxter with my findings and he admitted they had twins. Catherine did not die, but was abducted by Keziah or someone on her behalf. Instead of sacrificing the girl, Keziah Mason inhabited the girl. Catherine was born malformed and would have died if she were not sustained and dominated by Keziah, who was the ancestor of Laura Baxter, formerly Laura Mason. It was Catherine that you and the others saw around Arkham, not Christine. The abducted children were likely taken and sacrificed at the Whitestone Meadow Hill. The idea is so reprehensible, I think no one was willing to entertain it, not even myself. And so it went on for years. Keziah possessed poor Catherine and influenced the witch cult in Arkham to take children and devote them to the Azathoth and Nyarlathotep. Mason vanished some time ago, but as you've learned, that is not dead, which can eternal lie. You finish the line from the Necronomicon, and with the strange eons, even death may die. Armitage nods approvingly. Keziah was at least partially responsible for the death of Walter Gilman, who had the misfortune of renting a room in her old house. He most likely meddled with forces he couldn't comprehend. He passed over into the spirit world where Keziah resides. That was a mistake. People are too curious about things they should be left alone. Armitage sighs deeply. When I spoke with John, he maintained that Catherine had died, but he and Laura had begun to suspect otherwise. Laura was having visions, probably similar to the ones experienced by Walter Gilman. When I asked him why he didn't ask for my assistance, and in fact stole a copy of the annotated guide to the Necronomicon in some half-baked scheme, he had no satisfactory answer. Oh, he wasn't just studying arcane knowledge, he was studying it to find his daughter. We have achieved a small victory, though. Keziah's influence should disappear now that Catherine has been taken in. Keziah left her vessel, knowing we would lock Catherine in the sanitarium. As soon as she left, we placed a protective pendant upon the girl. Foster care should allow her to lead a better life. The nurse enters the room with the wheelchair. Ah, here we go. You ready to leave the sanitarium, or would you like to stay a little longer? Armitage smiles. We did a really good job! We did a great job! I'm so proud of us! So, Armitage pursued the girl 3 times. Professor Armitage solved this case by investigating 10 locations. However, if you went to his house, Armitage would have realized that he gave you too little time and would have extended your time to another 2 days. Do not count Armitage's home in your final location count if you traveled here. Oh, we did even better! I'm taking my fucking point back. 27 points. You tell me after we've already done our totals? Dumb. Taking my fucking point back. Armitage pursued the girl 3 times. So first he went home, and then he went to the Baxter house. He went to talk to the cops, and then to the hospital. He went to talk to the doctor, Dr. Vincent Sutton. Interesting. He went to Herbert Corbett, who is... Herbert Corbett is... Oh, the criminologist! I mentioned him. I wondered about him. Amelia Sargent in the library, and then to the public school, and then to the Hathaway home, which I'm not exactly sure how we should have figured that one out. The witch house was later, Meadow Hill, and then he stopped at the sanitarium with requirement 5. That's where he ended. Ah, we fucking did it! I feel so good. Okay, so, holy cow, you guys did really good this time. Thanks, Dragon, I know. That was really good. Dude, Christina, you get your hair did? No, it's just straight. I've been having bad hair days lately, and I wanted to straighten it, and I'm almost out of conditioner, so I'm lazy and don't want to go to the store. Victory is ours! Yes, it is. Congratulations, guys. You didn't even need to stoop so low as cheating for the win. Son of a bitch. Shh, we don't talk about that. Oh my god, this is intense. I don't even know what this is about, but it's intense. Fucking Kasaya ruining things. The fucking newspaper. So which portion of the newspaper are you talking about? The fucking newspaper was true all along. Was it the Freemasons? I'm not sure which newspaper when we're talking about. Shit, so yes, the fucking Necronomicon. Yeah, the Necronomicon's actually a really big theme in this. I'll show you guys, like, some of the stuff real quick. The hidden messages in the newspaper. Don't pursue her to 6. Hell for those who pursue to 6. Oh my gosh, you're right! You're so right! You're so right! It was a pursue to 4 or something, right? Hell for those. Saw a missing child, do not follow to 6. Follow 6 times. Hell for those that follow 6 times. Yep. 6 times children possessed. So I wonder if that's 6 set of twins. That would be the parents. So 1 parent, 2 parent, and then the kids. So that's 6 children. 3 sets of kids, or 3 sets of twins. The note was a trap. Okay. Yeah, we did fucking good. So, for the ones just kind of, yeah, sheep shit. Like, this is Mythos Tales. It's not a water. I'll show you real quick what it is. It's an investigation book, investigation book, Mythos Tales. It's full of 8 different scenarios that, let me try and get it to the scenario page. So this is the very first one. So it gives you a setup for a scenario, it gives you the requirements and everything of how your moves work, and then the rest of the world is your oyster. You just decide where you want to go, you pick the locations on the map, and then you decide if you find out if there's encounters there. And that's how you, like, pursue through the mission. You just hear the setup, follow the clues, go to the places, and have an encounter. The box comes with a whole bunch of newspaper articles There's one for each investigation. It comes with a directory of addresses and locations around the city, all in the city of Arkham. It comes with a list of allies in the rule book, just a list of allies and people who could help you out. And these requirement cards, which are the things on the bottom of the screen, like right here. They're like your items and stuff that you can use. And then there's the time tracker and all of the actual, like, how you play the game stuff. And you can use all the information that you get carries over to the next investigation. So you start with scenario 1, and you've only got access to June 30th of 1929. That's all the information that you have, along with your directory and everything. So when you start the next one, you go into, I think it was April, or I don't remember what the next one was. June, and then May, I don't remember. September, I think. Maybe that's what August, whatever. So you can use anything from the point you're at and back. So we were on number 7 today, so we had 6 other newspapers that we can use. So there's a lot of shit to find. If you are, for instance, like questioning a person, if there's multiple listings for somebody's last name and you're questioning a person, you're like, okay, so we were looking for the psychic the whole time. We knew her last name was Hathaway, we weren't sure which location we could find her at. I still never found that, but we scoured the fucking newspapers looking for any mentions of psychics or the word Hathaway, and we knew where there were Hathaway sisters, so we were looking for some mention of a Hathaway. We didn't find anything, which is fine. We just flipped a coin, we rolled a die, actually, and figured it out. We took a little bit of a hit from it, but that's fine. At the end of your investigation, so you've got until the time tracker, like the thing gives you, I've just been using this, but it gives you a starting point and ending point, so you know how long you've got. And you've got, each time you move is a travel, so I travel to a different location, so I move my time tracker 1 spot because it takes time to get to one location to another. And then if you have the encounter there, you get to learn some more information. If not, whatever. You answer a bunch of questions in the end, you total your answers, and then you deduct a couple penalties. Things like sanity, if you encountered weird stuff along the way, if you went to too many places. All of that stuff is resolved right in the end, and then you get the solution. And there's a ton. There's 8 of them in the book, which is awesome. And then there's like these separate questions, which ended up being a little bit disappointing. But the scenario they were involved with was just super complex. I'm not exactly sure that I followed the logic still. We ended up playing it twice. So yeah, that's Mythos Tales. I'm so excited for this arriving now. It's fun. Like, I hope you got the revised edition, the 2nd edition. The 1st edition has so many typos and my map is wrong. The map, if you click resources and you want to look through any of those resources, that's pretty much the stuff that's in the box. I just took scans and stuff. The map that's in there, though, from Deva is part out of the revised book, and it's vastly different from the one I have here. It's so much more helpful. Things like this space, this big brown space right here, on mine it says F00. On the one that Deva linked, it actually has like a title and a number. It's really frustrating because I did not know it. And yeah, when you play through it live, you're going to want to take copious notes. So many notes. I did. I checked it out on VG first and read that in the comments. Okay, good. Good. I'm so glad for you. I got it for half off. I got it for $20, so I'm not upset. But at the same time, it could have been better. I don't know where my notebook actually is. I think I used it for D&D the other night. And it might be in my D&D binder. No idea. So that's Mythos Tales. We will play again. Oh, Kita, you left. Okay, friendos, I'm out. Have a good night, everybody, or day, whatever time you are. Bye. Bye, Kitty. Oh, and she dropped the pizza love before she left. Have a good night, darling. You're probably already gone, but I appreciate you coming by for a little while. Jesus fucking Christ, this is twisty as fuck. I dig it. It was so good. I really, really loved that one. I use legal pads, which means I have a giant sheet of loose paper waiting to get disorganized. Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. I gotta save this real quick. Scenario Scenario 7 notes, and then I'll put these in the drive as well. 7 notes. Save that there. Cool. All right. So, do we know people streaming? Do we know people that we can host up? My schedule for this week is Tuesday. I'm expecting to play probably Graveyard Keeper. I'm missing some Graveyard Keeper, so I think that's what I'm gonna go with. And I don't know what the rest of the week's gonna do. If you guys liked Mythos, we'll play that again next week. I start at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, so right now it's 10:50 my time, if that helps anybody figure it out. But that will be the last investigation. It's investigation number 8. So, like Waticus, I don't know if you want to chill for investigation number 8 because I don't know how much that'll affect when you actually get to play your game. So if you don't, I totally understand. But hopefully you'll be back when we do some Sherlock because that's a lot of fun. I'm really excited for Sherlock. We'll be doing that in a couple weeks. I just gotta order it and we'll do some creative stuff between then. We're gonna bring back creative streams, which is gonna be awesome. I don't know if I'm gonna work on the shark or if we're gonna start something for Extra Life giveaways, but I'll let you guys know in a week or so once I have everything done. I told you I'm fighting for a promotion at work right now. I'm like I'm zoned in on getting that promotion right now, so stream stuff might be a little secondary for this week while I get this binder and everything ready for this promotion and this pitch. I'm really excited about it. I think I'm going to do amazing things with it. I just hope she gives me a shot, so I need to give it like my 100% to be able to do that. I think that's it.